Gopher for the win, brother. Gopher for the win. If there's anything I always do, I always go for it. The funny thing is, when I was walking the property with the guy from Verizon, he gave me the heads up that he's seen this happen before, and when there's no logical answer why the signal is coming from Verizon but not coming to the house whatsoever, not even the main box into the house. That's typically something like that. There's some type of outside force stopping it. So we started walking the property line of where the Verizon line goes, and I had Bella with me. Dude, she's the one that found the gopher holes. There was three of them, and just yeah, that made my day. All right, let me set up my thumbnails and get all that going. This is all stuff I'm gonna dive back into, update and refresh. Get some new thumbnails. And I also need to have this Halls thing set up where there's a timer going off where the stream will start after a certain time so I can do all this stuff when I'm not on stream because that's just going to save time. Alright, let's give that a quick save. How's your day going, brother? I'm not looking at the chat window just yet. I just happened to catch it when I jumped into the screen, but should be able to look at it in a second once it saves. There it goes. Back to the stream, and let's refresh. I know yesterday it didn't catch. All right, there we go. Nas, I'm going to use you as a little bit of a guinea pig. How do I sound right now? I lowered my microphone's intensity just because I was listening to yesterday's stream and it sounds like you could hear the fan in the background a little bit. You could hear me hitting the buttons. I definitely don't want that translating out into the stream for everybody so that you hear a little hum in the background and me mashing buttons with my gorilla thumbs here. But that also means the other thing I wanted to do was the actual in-game sounds. I got them lowered up so when I'm in a party I can hear people, but now here's just my headset. There we go.
Operator, are you enjoying the view?
Tired? Yeah, man. It goes without fail. Cat always picks on me, man. It's just right during the last hour or so of your stream, man. I'm always just laying down and watching your stream, and I end up passing out with your stream still on. I wake up. It's always the screen is always on your stream that's ended and whatnot. A little low. Let me ask you this though: do you hear me pressing buttons? Do you hear the fan in the background? That's my main concern right now. I did order myself the Elgato HD 60S Plus and some actual equipment to take this a little bit more seriously. And the new equipment should filter out pretty much all of this. So let's. Knew I want. Thalos, what's up, buddy? You have buttons, but barely the fan. Dude, I'm streaming directly off of my PlayStation.
If I may say, operator, your chosen Warframe suits you.
Sabotage,
I
mobile
see
sniper,
you.
and spy with energy reduction. Alright. I'm not going to use Chroma because I feel like that's going to be almost too easy. The headset that I have, I think, is the problem, Nas. This microphone is incredibly strong. I feel like it picks up everything. See notifications at the top now. I can see how the game may be louder in here. Oh, yeah. That's the thing. I don't want the game to be too much louder than my voice. That's why I'm trying to figure out that balance right now. And if anything, I can keep the ratio the same. I'll bring that down to 50%. That's right, you move by multiples of 5. And my OCD won't let go of it. Oh, fuck it. That's gonna bother me. What's the arbitration? Excavation with the near. No thanks. We'll give this mission a go and see how it sounds. My main thing is just trying to filter out the fan and the sound of me hitting the buttons. At one point, brother, I'm probably going to pick your brain about your setup. Or if anything, the fan I have on my PlayStation while it's upright, just so I keep all the heat off of it. I think I might have a better solution for that.
Sabotage this ship's reactor. The reactor is a complex system. Start by removing the coolant cells.
Quick when the enemies have augmented armor. Heaviest armored enemy in the game with a 500% armor buff. But the great thing about this is, look at that armor stripping. Even with the armor buff, the setup that I have for... How does it work on me? Am I getting in one strike? No. You can take two? Oh, well, you're not even... Armor, Ember's third ability heavily strips armor, depending on also how much your meters build up. Right now my meter's all the way full, but it eats up energy when it is. So I'll cast her 3 just to take that off. Well, maybe you need a double strike. But it's still eating away. I mean, the amount of damage I'm doing off of that without... Have a full armor. You know, I gotta admit, at first I was pretty hesitant about Ember's ability change and how it changed everything around, but the more I used her, sound effects are pretty high. Alright, I had a feeling that might be a problem.
To make sure it never works again.
Let me heat that up real quick. Kill the sound effects just a little bit here. A word about speech. I know music can be pretty loud in this game. Alright, let me know how that works, guys. Raise my voice up a notch.
Fuel cell being inserted. When the reactor is restarted, this will trigger a meltdown.
Better? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Failed. Say it with your chest. I'm not going to say the rest, just because that's going to cause an issue. But for those of you that don't know what that's from, there's a Kevin Hart special where he's talking about his uncle who just got out of prison and keeps picking on Kevin. He's like, say it with your chest, little ass. And I'll leave it at that. And it's just hilarious. It's one of my favorite stand-ups of his. Nox, this is what makes Nox a pain in the ass. The amount of armor he has, and the fact that if you're not hitting him directly in the head, he is getting so much protection from his armor, from his suit. Alright, better? Sweet. As long as it's better for you guys, that's all I care about. No. Other great thing, Ember's new passive for every enemy that is on fire, whether it's because of me or somebody else, she gets a 5% increase in all of her abilities. I use Growing Power on her, which gives me another 25% of her ability ability strength. Ember, who once really wasn't much of a nuke, has kind of turned into one, especially with how her fourth ability doesn't really require you to have to aim. Not that her fourth ability ever did require you to aim. Oh, and I turned invisible with the Parazon mods that I have on. And I get increase in speed. Right now I'm at full. I was at full. I'll get myself there. Ember's second ability, when the meter's full, it'll slowly start draining her energy. And draining it really quick. It ramps up to an infinite speed, so it won't matter at some point how much energy you pick up. It's just going to fly through energy. You can see the meter on the bottom just flying down. And I like that because it forces you to use her third ability, which depletes that, strips the enemy's armor, gets everybody set on fire, sets up the fourth ability. Like, the rework to Ember, I was really against it at first because of how I was with using Ember for just crowd control with her World on Fire. Low-level missions, you can turn that on and it would just wipe out everything in one shot. But beyond that, it's nah, it's appreciated, buddy. Beyond that, like, her fourth ability with the augment would just knock everybody down and keep them off their feet, which was great crowd control, especially on high-level missions because you could just take care of enemies firing at you. So what they ended up doing was turning fire, just fire itself or heat in the game, straight to crowd control. If somebody's on fire, it puts them in that little staggered animation so they stop shooting. With Ember, they just made her more tactical. Instead of just turning the ability on and forgetting about it, now you turn on your 2, and you have to keep an eye on it. Pay attention to how fast it's built up. Pay attention to if it's building up. You know, your fourth ability ramps it up, and you can cast the fourth ability without any enemies there, and it will still increase the rate that it fires, and it won't cost you any energy because it didn't hit any enemies. And the great thing is the augment that automatically, I'll show you the Ember build real quick since we already have her on. The augment that automatically was placed on her because I had the original augment for World on Fire. I believe it's called Exothermic? Yeah. So anytime any enemies that are killed under the effect of Inferno have a 15% chance to drop energy. So, you know, 15% doesn't sound like a lot, but in this game it actually is. Because there's a decent chance for enemies to already drop energy. That 15% is added to that. Along with Arcane Energize, anytime, you know, there's a chance for when I pick up energy, 60% chance, that it replenishes everyone, and it gives me, instead of the exact amount, I believe it gives me 200% extra energy. Or is it 125% extra energy? Heart of Deimos is out, Thales. Just so you can take a peek at it. You guys have seen me use Mesa plenty of times. Mesa's first ability is Rhino's Roar. I already got Roar on her. I have Roar on Titania. I have Valkyr's Warcry on Umbra.
How the Tenno arm themselves.
I currently have Garuda being subsumed, so she is being sacrificed. I'm going to use her Blood Altar for Benaros, and perhaps I'm not a fan of it just because Nidus's abilities are already so synergistic. And then, yep, got the helmet here. And Duke will come out and play with it because Duke is a Helmuth charger. So he will come over here and interact with our little shop of horrors here. I did name this thing Aubrey too. It does allow you to change its name. Just so you can see the system. So right now, Roar and Warcry are what I've pulled out so far. So obviously I sacrificed a Rhino. I sacrificed Valkyr. There's a Subsume going on right now. Blood Altar is what's going to be pulled off. And then you can also feed, and I actually do have to give a little bit of feed, so let's see here. Let's feed Aubrey here. What do I have in weapons? Some Rubido. So you're literally feeding, and the same icons that are on in the game when you're running around, that same object, the same animation of it is what you're throwing into the helmet. Every time it eats it, it will fill these up. You do want to pay attention to the symbol in the top. I'm trying to see if there's one. Oh, wait a second. Here we go. One that doesn't have it. So you'll get a higher percentage for anything that you haven't used in a while. So neurodes, you know, the infected palpiters. If they have that green arrow, you're going to get a higher percentage. If you use something with the red arrow, it's going to be a lower percentage because you've already used it. They're trying to get you to cycle through what you're sacrificing, so it forces you to grind a little bit more, which I get. Once you get to a certain percent and you're basically on the home stretch of getting 100%, it won't matter if it is or isn't, because it's going to get you to 100% anyways. So you feed your helmet. When you back out, it's almost like sacrificing or using up your focus experience. It's going to ask you if you want to. Don't double tap circle. I've done that twice, and it's a pain to go through, and when everything's at almost 0 to redo it, make sure you hit X, and you'll definitely give everything to Aubrey. So this is also the list of what will unlock as you go up. The more you feed your helmet, the more you subsume, the more you apply those abilities to other Warframes, you'll gain standing with the helmet. The first Metamorphosis is actually pretty easy. It gives you 3 subsume slots, meaning you'll have 3 slots for 3 different abilities. And to me, the main ones that I wanted to focus on right now was Roar, Warcry, and Blood Altar, because they are the most helpful ones and the most universally used. At some point, I will do that with all the Warframes, just because I want everything to my disposal and see what's going to work and not work. I just went up to the 4th, so now I have 10 slots. Rebuild shields and Perspicacity? I know the word I might want that to be, but that doesn't make sense to me right now. We're going to skip that. These are all the different levels you can go and unlock munitions, increase the efficiency of your ammo consumption. In other words, pulling the trigger won't eat just a bullet. It may eat up a percentage of. And that's while you're using it. So 75% ammo efficiency. So if you fire 1 bullet, you're only going to fire a quarter of that bullet. In other words, every time on your screen you see one bullet fired, or 1 bullet less in your clip, you've actually fired 4 bullets. The last one is the one that I definitely, obviously, everybody should be working for. Unlimited subsume slots. So basically that means you can have a spot for every single Warframe. Everything will be fully open for you. You won't have to worry about how many slots everything's taking up. You'll have everything completely to your disposal. Now, this is something I really want people to focus on, because the ones that are given by the helmet are something that apparently didn't grab a lot of traction, and they should. Empower. So I used Empower to replace Rhino's first ability. I'm sorry, Chroma's first ability. And this is the reason why. Now, when I started the stream, I had Chroma out. Chroma's first ability, everybody knows, is just, it's garbage. It's not a great ability. So I replaced it with Empower. And the reason why I did that is I'm getting 50% ability strength on the next ability that I use. So, if I pop the new one for Chroma here, I get myself an extra 50% ability strength. When I cast Vex Armor, my armor increase, I believe, is almost 1300, and my damage increase is just north of 900%. And you can recast this ability while it's still on, and never have to worry about casting Empower again. I also tried to see if stacking that with Growing Power would work, but it does not right now. So you can't get that extra 25% on top of that 50%, which would have been really nice. But with the amount of damage that Chroma does and with the loadouts that you should have for most of your weapons, that extra 25% will only be noticeable when you're playing endgame, especially on Steel Path. But using Chroma on Steel Path right now would be a pretty solid go at it. I've actually been using Ember a lot. I've been using Mesa, Titania, and someone whose rework everyone should pay attention to is, and yeah, I definitely like the name that I put on Vauban's loadout, because the ball's on him. So his rework, it's not listed in the stats, but it is in the description. When you use Bastille, it strips armor, and it strips armor pretty quick. With the loadout that I have as far as power strength, once they're up in the air for, I think it's like 4 seconds, their armor is completely gone. And that's huge. And once Bastille's time runs out, you then will get 10 seconds of Vortex. Now, if you're paying attention to the timer, if you hold your 4, you'll trigger Bastille to turn into Vortex, and you'll get a refreshed time on it. So I have mine for 27 seconds. When I pop Vortex manually, it'll restart the timer at 27 seconds again. So you're really controlling the entire play of the enemies. And if you have those in the key points that they're trying to filter in from, nothing's going to be able to touch you. Everything's going to have their armor stripped. And don't forget, with Vauban's passive, you deal an extra 25% damage to any enemies that are incapacitated. In other words, any enemies that you have incapacitated with your Bastille, your Vortex, any enemies you have incapacitated with your 1, any enemies you have incapacitated because you have a Vault on your team and he popped his 4 and everyone's stunned, it's all incapacitated enemies across the board, not just the ones that you've incapacitated. So for him to get that level of a damage bump is huge, because his Bastille and his Vortex, they suck up everybody. You figure there's usually 10 to 15 people in there, and if it's 25% damage, now you have an extra, 250 to 375% extra damage every time they're sitting in that Vortex. Alright, I don't remember what the next part of the sortie is. Let's see here. Mobile defense with a sniper only. That would make for a good sucker analyst on TV. I lightly dabbled in a little bit of radio. People always tell me I have a good radio voice. I always joke around and say, well, I definitely got the face for radio, that's for sure. Mobile defense. Mobile defense against the Grenier. This is a no-brainer. Why put in the extra effort? And this will give me a chance to chat with you guys more. It's got to be a sniper rifle. Mm, can't go wrong with the Rubico. This week, Golf a Week, all week on Discovery. No, we'll go with the viral build because that's the new unstoppable combo as far as weapons go for all the updates in Warframe. If anyone that's watching is unaware, slash viral is now the big heavy hitting combo. Slash was always pretty good, but it used to basically be corrosive. Um, because if you're stripping armor, then you're good. And otherwise, when you used to affect enemies, um, once their armor was gone, the corrosive actually separated out between the two elements that made it. So you would always be inflicting damage regardless. Now, corrosive is just straight corrosive, but viral slash combo is what will deplete your enemies real quick. Dallas,
This
what do
is
you
a
play on?
mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you.
You'd think they'd clone something a little less ugly.
We have got to find a terminal. Proceed. Prepare.
For the Tenno.
Terminal spotted.
Aww.
Upload me and prepare to defend. I'm in tech. This will take a moment.
Bada bing. Use plan extra since I don't have a good internet connection. Uninstalled Warframe. Damn.
Still working on it. Continue to defend. Marines inbound.
Just before you hit me.
Terminal hacked. Keep moving.
Xbox doing Xbox stuff. Oh yeah, these guys are definitely looking for me. Oh wow, Slash was still ticking off on me even though so that's new. Alright, so that's a good way to neutralize Limbo a little bit. Make him a little more challenging.
Here is a terminal. Get me in and get ready to defend. I'm in, Tenno. Take a moment.
You guys are underneath me, huh? 1 little, 2 little, 3 little Indians, 4 little, 5 little, 6 little Indians, 7 little, 8 little, 9 little
Still
Indians,
working. Continue to defend.
10 little Indian boys. What are you doing up there, dude? Come on, 10 seconds left. We'll refresh you real quick. Is somebody draining my energy?
We are finished here. Move on.
The storms are closing. Can't touch me cause I'm on a different plane of existence.
Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Nah, I couldn't agree more, man. That took a second. There was definitely a delayed animation for it.
Still working on it. Continue.
Napalm. Hit player. And that's where the accuracy comes into play. Accuracy when you're zoomed in as a sniper, 100%. Hip fire is when you
The
lose it.
odds were against us, Tenno. Mission complete.
And we'll kill that. Home stretch, big long run. Operator time. Bada bing. Yeah, Nas, I know what you mean. Now, when you say you're hesitant to buy, do you mean you're hesitant to buy as far as new games? Hesitant to buy as far as the new platforms that are coming out? I figured, since it's relatively new and I haven't seen a lot of it, the Ghost of Tsushima is something else I'm probably going to try and stream. And I'll do that from beginning to end, so everyone will go on the journey with me. That's the last PlayStation exclusive game to come out until PS5. Heard great things about it. Definitely want to dive into that and take the journey to everybody's spy with energy reduction. Well, we all know who I'm going to take. Question is, with energy reduction, I will have to drop a pad or at least continue to kill people.
Another dead Tenno.
And to draw less attention to myself, we're not going to use the Ignis. Baza Prime. Again, keeping up with everything that's going on, and this thing could use Forma, because I need to get one more in there, but the viral slash combo, granted slash should be higher, so it's going to be what procs next. This thing fires so fast. I mean, it's a silent submachine gun, so it stays true to all games where submachine guns just regurgitate bullets.
I've been thinking, operator. I thought you'd want to know.
New consoles, I hear you. I like that they're hard pressed for making sure that PS5 will be backwards compatible with all PS4 games. So that's nice. Well, the main ones at least. There are a couple of companies or games that they're not investing that time and effort to. It's if you could upgrade your last gen games to the new gen. Yep, Thales, I don't put a lot of focus on health or shields with my build, depending on who they are. You know, Loki, I want to say I have primed Vigor on Loki just because there really wasn't any other choice as far... Oh, let's pay attention to the map. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. So the game glitched the sensor on me, so I couldn't shoot it from the side I was on.
Trigger the alarms now, and they will start
God, I hate when it's not the full circle because that is so slow. But yeah, I generally don't use health mods unless the Warframe calls for it. Like mainly like, you know, Warframes like Anaros, Nidus. That's about it. Shields, you know, I definitely made sure I bumped up Hildren and I bumped up Hera, but other than that, I really haven't focused on anyone. I rely on their abilities because come endgame, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. You're going to come across enemies, everything's going to one-shot you, basically. See, this is the speed of the Baza. It really is just shredding enemies. That's not even like headshots I'm doing, it's just putting the damage on them. Appreciate that, Nas. B and C separate.
The target console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data. Data extracted. They won't even know it's gone.
Running at full speed. really hasn't been much of an issue. Luckily, the enemies that I have killed gave energy. I'm keeping up with my Void Dash. And the duration on Loki's invisibility definitely lasts
You're nearing the
a
console.
good while.
Trigger the alarms, and they will start destroying the data.
Having that speed on Loki definitely makes those long jumps so much easier. Alright, console's hacked.
Extraction with no alarms.
Let's
We have everything we came for. Get to extraction.
see what we're getting here. Hey-oh.
Overtaken.
Oh, come on, really?
Keep going. Nobody knows you're here.
Well, these guys have an idea. Don't worry, didn't forget you. Yeah! Just what I always wanted. Another sculpture. Because I don't have enough of those. Incognito. Oh man, not you. I'm so happy you used that word, Tails. Dude, if I see another commercial for that incognito, like the non-meat burgers and whatnot, oh, I'm thinking I'm gonna lose my mind. Look, Viper's a carnivore. Well, technically I'm an omnivore because I will eat my vegetables and fruits and whatnot, but son of a bitch, I am a meat eater. Why is everyone trying to take everything that's a meat and turn it into not meat? If you're so against meat, come up with something else. Like, why is it that everything has to be, like, put through a Play-Doh fun factory so it looks like meat, but it's not meat? I want to have bacon, but I don't want to have bacon. I want to have this, like, tofu bacon. Well, then you're not eating bacon, you don't get to call it bacon. That's my, rant. Yeah, incognito. Yeah, mito. I've been seeing commercials for it everywhere. I got you, Nas. I'll get it right one of these days. Oh, this is the sculpture I found in the clip that I use in the commercial for Nas's stream there. Speaking of which, I know I only got a couple of you guys in here right now because the stream just started and we're rebuilding after a long stretch off. But if you guys haven't already, the mod that I have in my stream right now, Nas, he streams hella ton of games. But right now he is focused on the murderous game of Apex. Every now and then he is doing Call of Duty as well. When you get a chance, please make sure you follow Nas. Nas, Khalid, I had a feeling you were lurking about. Hey man, look. Last night I made a calzone for myself. I made a calzone and I made a roll. My calzone was sausage broccoli. I had sausage left over. I definitely wanted to balance it out, so I had sausage and broccoli. I'll eat my vegetables, but my vegetables won't substitute my meat. That sounds like a different kind of conversation for a different kind of channel, but you motherfuckers know what I mean. And in the faint distance, I can hear my neighbor cutting down more trees. I just heard a saw go, meow. Alright, what do we have here? Still that excavation. Alright, so this is what we're going to do. We are going to dive back into Deimos. We'll head over to the Necrolist and we'll get okay. The people at DE have a fun sense of humor. Every single one of the open worlds or servers you can dive into for it, every single one of them will have the typicals, and every single one of them has a server 69. It's it's just like every single one of them. If I were to go to Earth right now, look at the relay, 69. If I were to go to Eris right now and go to the relay, oh, there's only one relay open for there. Let's see. Venus has the other open, or no, not Venus. Mercury has the other open relay, doesn't it? No, and it's only got the one. Every single one of the relays that are open where there's multiples, it's always there's always a 69. Not that I am. Yeah, see this 69. Like that's that's ridiculous. It's funny. I think it's hysterical. And hey, man, if your 69 is calm, you ain't doing it right. 9 p.m. to 2 p.m. Hey Nas, did you know that Khaled has you going for a double shift now? You're gonna have to get Khaled dressed up like an Egyptian, whipping you to build the pyramids. You put in normal day, 22 hours. Alright, so let's take a peek here of where I left off. We'll go over to Mother. What do I need for my next standing? I think I have... Alright, so I have everything for the next standing other than the required standing amount. So I have to get to 70,000. So 26 is not going to get me there. So I will rack out for today, max myself out, and then some point tonight after the 24-hour mark and the standings reset, I will get the other amount.
Nope.
So if memory serves me right, 26, I get 100 per. I'll need 260 mother tokens.
There are bounties if you have
Today,
the interest.
nope, that's still just 4. So let's see here, 86. So I don't understand why they do this every now and then. And before I do anything, I am gonna make sure I'm in a party because I'm gonna have to open this up to public so I can get some other people in with me because these are rather intricate bounties, for lack of better words. I will say, pay attention to how they have them right now. I know this is going to change, but you have your Tier 1 bounty, another Tier 1 bounty, Tier 2, Tier 3, and then Tier 5. There is no Tier 4. Tier 5, you get 73 mother tokens. You can see in the top left there. You get 86 for the Tier 3. And this is not the first time that's happened. Why they're doing that, I'm not sure. And this other Tier 5, this is actually the Steel Path level 1. But I just find it interesting that the lower level 1 actually offers more mother tokens. And I don't know if that's an oversight or a nicety. Dude, it's Fleming just... Man, that's what he's trying to do, man. He's trying to get that Flemonade in you, try to get you all hopped up on it. Yo, man, if you drink like 8 gallons of Flemonade a day, that's all you're gonna need, man. Your battery's supercharged for a week. Running around like Dave Chappelle with some Red Balls. They give you wings! Humana, 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 humana.
I do appreciate one who is not afraid of it.
Let's kill that real quick.
Tenno, there is so much to be done here on Deimos.
There we go. Put it on public. I know, Fleming. Get ready to cringe. You know what's funny? I call you Khalid all the time, but now that I'm streaming again, dude, all that's translating is Fleming.
May be unsavory, but ultimately they are not the infested, and we need all the help we can get. Kindly locate and assist a stranded squad of Grenier.
Right.
Rest assured they will be
Now,
non-hostile.
I won't
as Grenier
lie.
fully grasp their
I
situation
have
here.
gotten some pretty decent matchups since I've been doing this. Like this. Everyone's over 15. I got one guy that's 26. Vauban. Zypher's interesting. Really interesting. Zypher with Alanka. Alright, that makes no sense. That guy's got a comb. This other guy's using Ignis Race with Noah Prime and power donations, so these enemies are going to be going super quick. But that also means that I'm getting a huge bump in my abilities now. Teles, who's mortal? Me? Nas? Hey man, I'm not playing paladins. Damn man, I got this little ass tiny blister on the inside of my ring finger right next to my pinky on my right hand. This is the only thing, this is literally the only complaint that I have so far, Khalid, as far as Heart of Deimos. It's just the load time. Other than that, I gotta admit, it's been pretty smooth for the most part. Nope, about to fire, about to fire. Or got fired upon. Nope, got fired upon. Right on it. No, you're gonna close before I get there. This next mission is just power. Gotta admit, these guys are actually doing a pretty bang up job. We only need 2 more. And this is gonna be our 4th one. That's pretty fucking spot fucking on. That's it. I secretly think that Nas likes it when I rage. You don't get that level of emotion out of me easily, but man, play paladins with some people that aren't playing the class right, you're gonna watch Viper lose his goddamn mind.
They must be dealt with before we attempt to locate the Grenier. Hive located. Destroy it with weapon fire.
Okay, now that they're good and mad, hope you're ready. Oh, look! There's a hive! Nuke it! Okay, now that they're good and mad, hope you're ready.
This is by far probably my favorite open world so far. And I will give DE this benefit because of how I've always judged the other ones. The lag is minimal. The glitches that occur have been minimal. They've done a pretty bang-up job with this open world.
Move on and destroy the next hive. I have detected a hive nearby. Shoot to destroy it. Now to pay attention. Hostiles incoming.
You cast the shit out of this and wave that fire on him.
Oh dear. Task performed with creditable expedience. Additional rule authorized.
Oh, Naj, you didn't need to tell me that, buddy.
What chewed on the grunters. They don't
I never
normally
draw
like
attention to
asking
when
for help, you know.
you're being quiet.
A large predator roams this area. It must be neutralized before we can attempt to locate the Grenier. Advice. Look for a
Scud missile coming in, guys.
In order to proceed, you will now need to gather materials.
Oh, that's the cover point. Alright. Enemies. Where are they? See, I'm not focused on enemies. I'm not eating up any energy, but I am increasing my meter.
Materials in the vessel and start the infusion process. Infested will now be drawn to the infusion. Terminate them close to the vessel to expedite the process.
Alright, now this is where it's going to be important. I want to see Volband pull them in. I want to see Zypher not using her 4. And, yep. All the enemies that come in, they have to be within this red circle.
That are terminated in proximity to the vessel contribute to the infusion.
You have to kill them inside the circle to gain the standing for it. Yeah, this guy using his tornadoes, it's not going to pull them in. If anything, there's a higher chance of it keeping them out. I wasn't going to give him the chance. There we go.
Immediate termination is advised.
Come on, guys. I'm gonna put the damage on it.
Target eliminated. Congratulations on a job well done.
Got some extra mother tokens out of it. That's what I'm talking about.
assist. Friends now. 10 more.
Oh, we have to outkill the Grenier.
Yes. Ah, Glenn. Use both. 10 more. Not so fierce.
How are they able to keep up with us? We should not be losing by this amount right now. If I'm wondering if this guy using his Nova is actually speeding them up. If he's speeding up the Grenier, that's not going to be good. They are considered tanks. A little bit of lag here. We're holding them though, we're holding them. We have to hit 100% before they hit 50. We held them at 26%, they just stopped.
I'm sure that the Grenier will be able to make it out on our own now. Thank you for indulging me, Tenno. All non-infested are allies, and we need allies.
Now, it looks like that guy wants to kickstart another one. Nah, fuck it.
The infestation has covered them now, but there are key installations on Deimos that could still serve.
These guys want to rock it out a couple more times because we
one of these places will help the reclamation. Lloyd can give you the details.
Of old, there was an Entrati base installation in this region. See if you can.
Are you gonna look for the old base near here? I'd love to see it again.
Definitely want to grab that fusion.
Hey, there's a cache nearby. Maybe see if you can open it. We could use the resources inside to fix the base. The infestation's got that boss gripped tight. Blast that sucker. Maybe we can find another way to break it free. What's that connected to it? Stacking down on these tumors seems to be doing something. Keep doing that.
Alright, there's two waves that came off of it. There's the other one. So with these tumor nodes, it's
That is the last small tumor. Now return to the main place.
the actual tumor will shoot off little indicators. And it will let you know where what are we missing? It'll let you know where the other nodes are, so you can fly out and just grab it.
Ooh boy! Did you just use the cache to lure that humongous thing out? Brilliant.
A large predatory organism in the vicinity must be removed before we can reclaim the base. Use bait to lure it out. Finding the parts necessary to make bait should not be too hard. Take down a few infested and look for more.
Yeah, bringing Ember against an infested like this, I mean, it's... Alright, This guy is killing people way the fuck over here. Alright, go pick that up. Let's centralize, shall we? Oh, I see you up there. Yep, every now and then the game will do this. Enemies will spawn on top of that. Gotta keep an eye out for it. Let's empty out our meter.
Infested will now be drawn to the infusion. Terminate them close to the vessel to expedite the process.
Do I have on super vacuum? Yeah, I wish. Okay, extinguish this altogether.
If the infested are eliminated too far from the vessel, this will not work.
Don't shoot them when they're outside the circle. Oh, Majay. These Majays are the hard ones to get too. That's probably the rarest one out here. This is the second time I've had a random one just show up. Fleming, the luck of the Viper with the RNG gods are... it shouldn't be fair. It shouldn't be fair.
Only infested that are terminated in proximity to the vessel contribute to the infusion.
You gotta kill that guy. He's stationary and won't come in. Everyone else has got to be able to come in this way. This is where these guys are kind of killing me.
Immediate termination is advised. Target eliminated. Congratulations
These guys
on a
can't do
job well
damage to
done.
nothing. Some of these guys.
Parameters exceeded. Well done, Tenno. In my defense,
Hey,
there was
it's
no
Gary.
indication of a second entity, let alone one so unpleasant. It will be necessary to clear the area of hostile infested before any positive inroads can be made to reclaim the base.
Oh, look! There's a hive! Nuke it! Okay, now that they're good and bad, hope you're ready. They're all tuckered out. Let's go find some more playmates, yeah? Oh, look! There's a hive! Nuke it!
Infested activity spiking. They will be upon you soon.
Fleming, man. The luck that I have. God damn it, I gotta start calling you Fleming! Khalid, man, the amount of luck I've had in this game is ridiculous.
I have detected a hive nearby. Shoot to destroy it.
I mean, I've gotten
Activity spiking.
altogether during my career. Oh, that's a shit juggernaut. Nothing like two clapping a juggernaut because of the way Ember's damage will build up.
That's the lot.
I've gotten, I don't remember if it's 4 or 5 legendary cores. But I know people have been playing this game longer than me, and they've never gotten one legendary core. Minus the freebie that DE gave out last year. Everyone should have gotten a free legendary core.
Once I reactivate the dormant elements, the infested will attempt to prevent completion of the process. Prepare for area defense. Protect the immediate area from incursion.
I gotta keep my reticle on where I want that to land. That, on the other hand,
The
I
infested
don't.
appear to see this as a territorial dispute. They are not backing down.
For something that's territorial, they are not even showing a presence. But our control level has dropped. They're on top. Yep.
Hold up. Detecting blast. It's close.
There we go. That's something you got to pay attention to in this game. When you're out here, you're supposed to have enemies, don't know where it is. Dude, they like going on top of these things so much.
Tommy smash blast.
Infested casualty rate has topped 50%.
I'm waiting to see our numbers change drastically. These are back up top again. Oh, that's the one thing I hate. You can get caught up on something so easily.
Really, there's gotta be a way to take these things down.
Where are you? You guys are still somewhere on top. Get the hell out of here.
All clear. Lloyd tells me there are strong connections across
Oh.
the network. The
And
reclamation
who do we
is a
lose?
success.
Hostiles eliminated. Utterly
We lost the ball, man.
The area is secure.
That sucks. He was actually doing his job. Oh, but he left. He left. He doesn't want to do another round. Oh, misjudged that opening. Talus, what is it about the Arcwing that you're not a fan of? Is it the controls? Is it the weaponry? Lack of mods? For me personally, dude, I love flying around the Arcwing. Granted, I need my weapons when I'm doing actual Arcwing missions to be a little more on point, but you know, that just takes time. Can I fast travel from in here? Yeah. So grandmother is who we go to exchange tokens,
Let's you and I have a chinwag.
and I think we have enough for our wow. Shy by 1 token. I needed 265. I got 264.
Oh, magnificent. Always nice to see you. Do stop by again.
All right. Let me see here. I'm gonna head back out for a second, Talus. No, 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 no. That's not what I wanted. Okay. In 2016. All right. Talus, they've made some great improvements to the Arcwing since then. It's a lot smoother. It's a lot more functional and realistic. Um, Especially in the open world, it's real nice. Definitely love it. I have zero complaints about it. So you can fly around normal speed just like you would anything else in the game when you're moving around. You can hit L3 and you'll start moving at a much faster clip. And then they added a new feature for really covering some decent ground. If you tap for PlayStation release L1, which is your dash, you will basically have a hard zoom, like you almost blink your character. Now, around the reticle after I do that, you'll see those lines glow blue and move up. That is just the ability recharging, just so you're not instantly flying around the map smashing into things. As far as abilities go, I mean, it depends on your style. The Arcwing that I use myself, God, I haven't played this in so long, the name of it completely escapes me. I believe it's called the Elytron. It's heavily on the offense. This thing's made just for pure damage and survival. It's why my shields and life are higher than what most people are, unless they heavily mod it for it. My first ability is literally just a missile that sticks, and I can push it. I can detonate that anytime I want. Second ability for this, I'm literally leaving a trail of fuel around, and when enemies shoot, it actually ignites it into fire with the augment that I have on for it. The third ability, I can throw and cast at any time I want, hit it again and it'll pop it. It blankets a certain area with radial fire coming from quote-unquote the orbiter. And the fun bread and butter of this, and I'll go somewhere where there's stuff to destroy at least. The fourth is a tactical nuke, basically, like a Scud missile. Wherever I point my reticle is where it's going to go. It'll automatically correct itself. Obviously, if it bumps into something along the way, you can't stop that from happening. But this thing covers such a wide distance and it does a fair amount of damage. It's my favorite one to use because I don't really have a reason to use any of the other ones. The Itzel is nice. I don't mind that one at all. It's good for collecting resources because of the vacuum that it has. But beyond that, Yandana is, your bread and butter staple. If you have the Prime, great. But to me, it's just getting comfortable in using it. With the open world, you really don't have to worry about how good you're flying around or whatnot. There's not much you can really crash into. When you're focusing on going through tunnels and whatnot, yeah, you're going to come across areas that are just going to be a son of a bitch to navigate through. The only reason I think I'm as comfortable as I am, and I know there's always something break over here. Might as well collect some shit while I'm out here. Oh, hi. The only reason why I'm as comfortable as I am with it is because I use titania a fair amount, and I'll fly through hallways and corridors with her. So, I mean, if I'm able to fly through in-game corridors with her, now that's also not using razor wing bullets all that much, and not having her sprint, quote-unquote, as she's flying. But it really is a good way to get used to it. Another one, and it will force you to get good with the Arcwing, is the Assault Arcwing missions, where you have to cover, God, I think it's what, Khalid, like 30,000 kilometers, and you have to like sprint like the first like 25,000 just to get to the point where you have to be, because it's all timed. You need to get there quick, fast, and in a hurry. So it'll force you to be much better with the Arcwing, getting used to it. Does Father have the mod that I want?
My son knew what he was doing.
He does.
We all suffered because of his rashness.
This is
It
why I'm
was a
pushing
fair punishment.
so hard with this right now, just to get myself in standing. Specifically for this mod, specifically for the Soma Prime. You feel it's like 100 kilometers. Dude, it might as well be. So this is actually a sneakily good mod to have with your Soma Prime. Every hit increases the critical chance by 1.2%. It'll reset when you reload or holster it. Now, the Soma has, I think, is it 200 rounds on the clip, just like the Ignis. So that's the percentage you're going to ramp up your Soma. It starts at 30%. Now, the only thing that I haven't got confirmation on, and I might have to look up the mod specifically, is if that 1.2% is 1.2% added onto that 30%, or that 1.2% is of that 30% added onto it, which is a very small number. It's still going to ramp it up pretty well, but if this is on top of that 30, like one bullet, 1.2%, so it's now 31.2, next bullet, now it's 32.4, next bullet, now it's 33.6. If that's the case, this is going to be an insane mod to have on your Soma Prime. Even if it's not. If I were to take out my Soma Prime right now, and actually, just because I know he already has it on him, I'm just going to take out Soma. Now, my Soma, I've only put, I think, yeah, one Forma in it. I still have an open slot. Chances are I gotta put 2 more in there, and I'll be able to fit that in. It starts off with a base of 30% crit. Now, if it's basing it off of that, as far as a percentage, that would be interesting. Because, like I said, it'd be 31.2, 32.4, 33 point, one bullet after another. Now, actually, you know what? Let me reread that mod, because this might answer a very interesting question.
He's gone. Put the shard away.
Each hit increases critical chance. Okay.
She got me with it.
Each hit.
Over. Still here if you change your mind.
So it's not per bullet fired. It's per shot that hits. Which means multi-shot is going to be huge. Because it's for each hit, not each bullet fired. You know, multi-shots at a 1. My build has it at a 1.9. You know, this might actually have me not put on point strike because of how the critical chance works. I do have critical chance on my Riven here. But I mean, if I drop Point Strike, brings it down to 71.8. Still a decent crit chance. And with how that thing ramps up, I mean, to me, it's almost worth putting on Vigilante Armaments. Just because guaranteed 2 shots are going to hit, and a 50% chance of each one of those bullets, a 3rd shot's going to hit. So, yeah, that's going to be huge. And actually, come to think of it, always curious about these. Damn. You have an Exilus, but you do not. So I was going to say, man, if I could put Vigilante Armaments in for the Exilus slot, still use Point Strike, and then get that new weapon mod for the Soma on, that would have been sweet. But the Soma is going to be the next weapon I really dive into. That and the Comb is what I'm working on. At least as far as weapons go. Obviously, the big thing that I'm working on with are the Warframes. Especially with the whole ability to subsume abilities. Alright, so everything that I need to do out of here for this part of today is done. So I'll back out of this. Let's take a look at what the arbitration is. Let's take a peek and see if any of the invasions are dropping anything nice. Oh, Khalid, I gotta show you the growth of Duke. Watching him just get huge and huge. Huge. Get huge. Hang on a second. Let's first take a look at this real quick. Defense against the Corpus. Hayatan Treasure, we'll get that probably out of the way at some point. You're not dropping anything good. So, since last we streamed, I have really dove into some specific synergies in the game. One being with Anaros and my Helmuth Charger. So, I didn't change too much with Anaros. Everything is pretty much the same, with the exception of I now have Strain Consume on. The Strain mods work with the Helmuth Charger. So when you get yourself a Kubro and you have the cyst on your neck, before you breed your Kubro or incubate it, you pop the cyst into the Kubro, so it's now an infested Kubro, and it's called the Helmuth Charger. So with this specific mod, any dead maggots that I walk within 5 feet or 5 meters of, I consume them, and it restores 4% of my missing health. The whole build up or the set bonus, for each one, it starts with 2, 4, 6, and now 8. You'll grow 8 cysts on your Helmuth Charger over 24 seconds that erupt every 25 seconds and spawns a maggot. I have that along with part of the build that I have on my Cronin Prime. This has Strain Infection on it. Again, the set bonus obviously is going to be the same. Melee attacks gain a 20% critical damage per cyst. So my crit damage goes up 20% for every cyst that's on my Helmuth Charger. So that's 20% times 8. So it's going to go ramp up to 180% every time. So it's 180% crit damage once all the cysts are on. Aside from that, everything's pretty much the same. I haven't changed much of it. I do not have a damage mod on here. I did not put on Pressure Point or Sacrificial Pressure. I am getting 130% melee damage off of this. I know that's less than the 165 that I'm getting off the Pressure Point. But to have Condition Overload with this having a status of 108%. I am getting minimal, probably an extra 360% damage. Because viral and heat proc real quick, slash is right there behind it. And so it's going to kick on real quick. Um, oh, Talus, yeah, man, I dove fully into this game, man. And I mean, the thing about this game, it really is nothing more than just some simple math. Well, math. Math is at least simple to me with my previous profession. I used to be a senior loan officer and financial advisor for a company that I will not name on the stream for certain reasons. But aside from that, yeah, numbers are my thing, and that's all this game is. It's just a numbers game. I do have other builds for this. I do have a regular build, not using the strain, and all I'm doing is taking off strain, infection, and volcanic edge. I'm putting on gladiator might and berserker. I don't use the speed boost when it comes to a Naros because I have arcane strike on with him. So this is the setup I use for a Naros at least. I don't believe I have a third now. So basically I'm just ramping up critical damage and critical chance per combo multiplier. Which is just another version of Blood Rush. They're both at 60%. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 50 and 60. So basically, it's a 110% critical chance multiplier for every stack of your combo multiplier. So when your combo multiplier starts on top of what your critical chance already is, there's an extra 110% of that. So 110% of 22, we'll just make it 100% so it's easy, would be 22. So our critical chance starts at 44%. This kicks on again. Now you're at 2 times multiplier. You hit your first, I think it's like 7 or 10 enemies, somewhere around there. Once that hits, now you're at the 200%. Well, that 22 is 44. Now 200% of that 44, 44 on top of that. Now you're at 88% chance. Yeah, say that because I don't know how to multiply 1 into 0. It's 1, right? Yeah, no, 1 into 0 is 0. Anything multiplied into 1 is itself. Anything multiplied into 0 is 0. Um, like if you have, if I hit you, if I have 200 punches and I multiply that 200 punches by nothing, then I hit you no times. Like you have 200 punches and you do that 0 times, so it's 0. If 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 I have 100 apples and I give you 0 times that many apples, then it's 0. Anything multiplied by 0 is 0. Anything multiplied by 1 is itself. Damn it. Damn it, Khalid. Don't. Let's not turn this into a math lesson. Alright, back to the Cronin Prime here. So this is the version I use on a Naros because I get to put the strain mod on him. Aside from that, when I use a Naros, use an old Duke the Nuke. I mean, you're close. 1 plus 1 is 6 when you're drunk and you're looking for more beer. If I have $1 and I want 1 6-pack, I get 6 beers. So I have the other 2 strain mods on Duke himself because he is a Helmut Charger. He gains 30% damage per cyst. So his damage ramps up. Maggots will explode on death, dealing 4% of an enemy's current health as corrosive damage to any enemy within 8 meters. This is a way to crowd control in a very effective way because not only are they doing damage, but they're doing corrosive damage equal to 4% of the current remaining health of an enemy, meaning all the new enemies that come into the area they're getting a good chunk of their armor just wiped out, which is just going to make them weaker for either myself or for Duke. Aside from that, Link health and Link armor. So Duke's armor goes up to 737 because he's linked with a Naros. His health is at 13,000, just under 14,000. Well, just over 13,000. Shield is high. His crit chance is at 43 and multiplier because of bite. Fetch because I don't have a how many twos are in 52 times 52? Well, technically that's two. If we count you actually saying how many twos, that would be three. The Warframe professor, the total professor here, man. Exactly, Nas. Which is why I gravitated towards that game very quickly. The only the only downside to the Division to me was the complete just lottery of you like a specific weapon, now you want to get that specific weapon. You want to get that specific weapon with a certain version of all the stats on it with the abilities and everything that's on it. And you can roll one out, but the amount of time you have to go through, to me, if they had a setup like this where you pick up these mods and put them into the weapon to bump up certain stats off of a flat rate, I think that makes it a little bit more fair across the board for everybody. But I mean, just the same, the play of Division 2 is so much fun. I could play that game forever. When we were all playing together, man, dude, I was having the time of my life. Learning off of you of how to strategize with how people play in that game because you've played it so much longer, so you know how they think. But just getting me balls deep into the math and being able to play my stronger suits, which is any game that I play. Oh yeah, dude, RNG was ridiculous in that game. Any game that I play, I'll always gravitate towards sniping. For some reason, it sniping is just, it just comes easy to me. Why that is, I couldn't tell you. It just does. I just predicting how people move when they're in the open like that, and how they're going to try and evade and go serpentine. Even that like erratical pattern is a pattern to me, and it just makes sense. So sniping is always easy to me. Aside from that, baiting enemies in, pulling them in, I got no problem going down for my team, so that my team has now this window opened up for them so that they can get the job done. Like, I got no problem making that sacrifice for the team. That's one of the things I really loved playing that game with, man. Nas, that is the other downside. There's been so many updates to the game that it just, like, I tried playing it and I have it on my PlayStation right now. I tried diving back into it. Everything's completely different. A lot of the abilities have been swapped out, modded, changed. There's new weapons. There's new named rarities in the game. It's basically all the time that we already put into the game, we're gonna have to put into it again just to be caught up for it to just change again, like you said. All right, but I'll dive back into this. So, Maul for the straight melee damage, Bite for your critical chance, critical damage. Bite is the rarest mod in the game. There is a 0.01% chance it will drop from a Kubro in the game. So whether it is a Kubro that the Drac manifests to come out, or a Kubro that's on Earth that comes out one of the dens. Statistically, the dens have a higher chance of doing it because when you go through any missions on Earth, you usually come across 7 or 8 of them. Each one will spawn probably anywhere from 5 to 10 Kubros. So you have a decent chance of that coming out. Aside from that, Trample. With the hunter mods that I use, they'll mark an enemy. The first one that gets marked, Duke will run towards. So this, doing damage along the path, is huge to have with Duke. For the most part, I don't worry about Duke doing damage. I worry about him doing the survivability, the bonus that I'm getting off of the strain mods. Duke will never die strictly because I have primed pack leader on. All the melee damage that I do, which is what I mainly use Inaros for, is just feeding Duke vitality non-stop. Brojo coming because you're cool, bro. And then obviously primed animal instinct just so you can see where everything is. But just so you can get an idea of how this works, I'm going to do it in a controlled environment real quick. Yep, we'll go to the server 69 because it's open for everybody. Bro Force! Kat's going to stream that with me. I'm going to make her. I got to find a way to blackmail her to have her download and play that game with me. Although I could have sworn someone told me that Broforce is actually not free right now, which is weird. That is not a game you should be paying for. That is a game that I got for free. That game should be free for everybody. No one should ever have to pay for Broforce. Alright. So, Duke's vitality now is at the halfway point of 14,000 because I have my physique on, so I'm getting that health bonus. Yep, we'll keep the AI paused. Alright. So, if I can get Duke to come over to me a little bit. The cysts are growing. While the cysts are growing on Duke, Duke himself is physically growing. So he's getting bigger and bigger. Only I get to see this. You don't get to see this happen as time goes on in the game because I think it just stops him taking up processing power. So he's almost at the top. He's at 120% right now. He's going to keep growing. Once he pops off these cysts and the maggots come out, he shrinks right back down. So now these maggots are out and about. They will, this guy's going right for them, they will hunt down enemies. And they'll latch right on. And they'll come up to them, they'll explode, they'll do damage. But, because of the cysts, that 160% is all the damage that I'm able to add on. Now these are level 150 Noxes. These guys are heavily armored, but with the amount of damage that I'm doing between the viral slash procs that are happening right now, between the damage bump I'm getting from the cysts being on Duke, everything is orange. You got those chances of the red coming out. And I mean, it's... when you're running through the game, playing this, and using this combo with Duke running around, I mean, it's... doing endgame, I mean, you don't even see it drop down until... I think the enemies were around 320, 330 when I really put this through the paces. And once the enemies hit that level, that's when you'll see the weapon actually start to slow down a little bit. That's how powerful Viral Slash has become in this game. The only thing that I've been trying to work out is I made a second dock room. This one has a different staff part of it that actually increases speed, drops a little bit of damage. But this is solely built around, well, I can't say solely. This is a true hybrid build because I don't have to worry about the status. because I'm getting status duration off of here plus cold, so I can make my viral. Prime Fever Strike for that viral. I could swap that out for Virulent Scourge. Where are you? I could swap it out, make the status chance a little bit higher. I rather get that initial toxic damage in because that's 165 as opposed to 60. The status chance I'm getting off of Weeping Wounds. For every level of combo, Weeping Wounds is going to ramp up. That goes with the whole Blood Rush. The one thing I've been contemplating, and honestly I could do it now, Berserker. I don't have to worry about Berserker, and you know what I'm going to do? Do I have... What's the difference between you? I took off Berserker, I put on Voltic Edge. But instead of that, let's get on, and it'll just be easier if I just do this. Instead of Voltic Edge, ramp up the critical damage. Because the critical multiplier is only at 2. So this will at least ramp that up. And just so you guys are aware, Exodia Hunt, the arcane that I use, when I slam on the ground it pulls in enemies, so I'm getting them closer to me. I wouldn't mind using Exodia Force, which will, on a status chance, there's a chance to rip up 200% weapon damage, which is always nice. That's anybody within 6 meters, which really isn't all that far. If these two, you could put them both on at the same time, that would be fantastic. But I'd rather have Hunt, because I'd rather just get everybody pulled into one area. So we'll get those 20 Noxes out again. Now here comes Duke. His cysts are growing. We'll let this all build up. See, now I did a ground slam. That pulls them all in. So they're all bunched up together. And just the same, I am ripping these guys apart. Ground slam brings them in. And you can see that it's definitely a blend of all 3 crit tiers. Oh, somebody alive. Okay. You gotta keep in mind the amount of armor that these Noxes have. Like, they live up to their name. They are obnoxious. Because the amount of armor these guys have is ridiculous. But with these red crits of Viral and red crits of Slash, you're ripping through them very quickly. You add in the fact of that Strain mod, it's insane. Now, am I getting a little bit more damage for some less speed? Yeah, because I mean, now I'm not going to get any of that damage bonus by using Berserker. So I'm not going to get that critical damage. But at the speed that I can now move, and I know this is going to be blurry as hell to you guys, I feel that it's making up for the DPS. Now, the one thing, I gotta check and see if for some reason my field of view got changed. I feel like I'm like far too close to the action. The great thing about this Exodia Hunt is when you're doing the melees and you're flopping all over the place like I just was, it still pulls the enemies in towards you. But now you won't get the same bonus off of Duke. You won't get as many maggots. You're only going to get 6. It's one of the reasons why, me personally, for any of the loadouts that I rock with for Naros, having the strain mods, to me, is just crucial. This is the perfect synergistic build. Duke will never die. Duke's always going to get health back. Just because Nox will slow you down. If I were to change it up... Oh, hang on a second. I still have those Noxes on your side. We're going to unpause you. We're going to simulate. I am going to... And we'll cheat. But I want them to hurt Duke. So Duke's getting fucked up right now. It does not take many hits to get his vitality just back up to 100% again. Exodia Force is pulling everybody in. I don't have to worry about any health, because the health that's missing, I will automatically get back when those maggots pop. Could I do things to restore my health? Absolutely. But that's also another reason why I'm getting Blood Altar put on Naros once Garuda is done being subsumed. And that's it. I do have Arcane Grace on, along with Arcane Strike. Arcane Grace, 5% chance on any damage to regain 6% of my health. Well, 6% of my health for 9 seconds. When I am out and about, it's 8,446. Echo, what's 6% of 8,400?
6% of 8,400 is 504.
Every time I get hit and that triggers, I'm getting 500 life flooded back towards me. And that's for every time it gets triggered. If I'm constantly being shot at like that, that's 6%. It hits pretty often. So to have Arcane Grace on, I mean, it's huge. That's going to keep me alive while they're trying to kill me. So they're triggering my own immortality. Now, on top of that, I do use adaptation, so I have the ability to resist all the damage that's coming at me. Gladiator Finesse, it'll deplete energy to stop lethal damage, so I don't have to worry about dying all that much. And Hunter Adrenaline, Hyper Adrenaline's what I have. Hunter Adrenaline's what Naros has. That is the best thing to have, because when you're getting shot, and people always say, why don't you use Rage? I had a lot of people ask me that before. Why not use Rage? Well, this is 45% health. That's 40% health. Why would I use it? Now, granted, Hunter Adrenaline, quote-unquote, costs more. You know, Polarity takes care of that. And 25% companion damage on enemies affected by Slash. Slash is everything right now, so Duke is getting that bump. It all works together. Every bit of this system works together. Now, if I don't want to use Duke, if I want to use Carrier or Helios, I do have a simple solution to that, and the only thing I'm switching out is Strain Consume gets taken out, Gladiator Aegis gets put on, higher armor for me, higher armor for Duke. Arcane Guardian is the same thing as Grace, except it's an armor buff. The chance is at 5%, but you know, or 15%. 15% chance for armor, 900 armor for 20 seconds, and you constantly have that. Too much rage will make this a different stream. Yeah, it's not Paladins we're rocking out here. Granted, Arcane Guardian now will slow down my weapons. So, in all honesty, I should throw on Strike. I'm not worried about taking that level of damage with where I am. Arcane Strike basically 15% on a hit, 15% chance for 60% melee speed. And that's anytime I hit them with anything. That'll trigger if I'm firing my Ignis. Um, I did have to change up my Ignis because I do like using it, and if I want to use it on a Naros, I need to be able to make up for Carrier not being there. So I found a reason to have primed rifle mutation thrown on just because I needed something to make up for not having Carrier. So the Ignis has finally hit a 8 forma build because, well, it needed to happen. But I swear by this build like you wouldn't believe. The only thing I am looking to change because of how this game is right now, I have rerolled this probably another like 15 times since you guys have last seen. Um, I am trying to get, instead of electric toxin, I'm trying to get cold toxin. And I'll take that with whatever else stats might hit. Just so I can get viral on this build, so I can be viral and heat, just because of how viral is. Corrosive no longer rips like it used to. It's still doing the damage, and because I have heat, I'm still able to finish off everything else. But corrosive damage is just pure corrosive damage. Once the armor is gone now, it no longer counts as anything that's going to give damage, unlike how it used to. It used to give you toxin after it was done, but no longer. Um, Now it's just straight corrosive. Once the armor is gone, corrosive stops. Luckily, the Ignis has innate heat to it. TW, what's up, buddy? How you been, man? Luckily, this has innate heat, so I'm still causing that damage. But now they changed just how the armor is reduced, so you're not fully stripping them either, which is good. That it has, man. I'm diving back into it. I enjoyed some personal time, just enjoying life, but with everything that's been going on this past year, traveling and whatnot, kind of had to stop. And I'm just like, you know what, I'm going to dive back into this. Play the game that I love, the games that I love, and share them with everybody. I will be doing Ghost of Tsushima. I haven't started playing the game yet. I am only going to play that game on stream. I'm not sure when I'm going to start that. It'll probably be within the next couple of weeks. Um, and I'll probably alternate between that and this and maybe a couple of other games. As far as my regular schedule goes, it'll be just this and Ghost of Tsushima. I'll do random pop-up streams here and there for other games like Grand Theft Auto, Wildlands, maybe a little bit of Apex, Call of Duty. After talking today, remembering that I still have it on there, probably some Broforce and some Division 2 will be thrown in, but primarily Warframe and Ghost of Tsushima. But this is what I use for Inaros. There is, in my opinion, no better way to really use them. I mean, I feel that he is as tanky as a Warframe could be. The only thing that could have made him better was the fact of once you get to a certain point in this game, Inaros is one shot. That's it. One shot from the enemy will take him out. And that won't happen with other Warframes for the simple fact of shield gating now. If you have a Warframe that has a shield, i.e. everybody but Nidus and Inaros, one shot will only dissipate all of their shields. A second shot has to be fired to take away all their lives. Now, if you're someone that is, in my mind, I always say halfway intelligent. If you're halfway intelligent, on every one of your sentinels, you will have Guardian. The second your shield runs out, 100% fully returned. So if you get hit by somebody, they deplete your shields, instant 100% return back. So you lose all your shields, you get all your shields right back. So you've now stretched yourself out to being quote-unquote 3-shot. Um, but I mean, once you're at that level and you're really doing it, this is only, I'm speaking in terms of solo. If you're running with a team of people, um, and you guys are stretched out, I've done this twice with an old group of friends of mine that we used to run long survivals. Longest we did, I think, was like 7.5 hours. Um, the team synergy is everything. So you don't have to worry about taking shots because there's everything into place that's going to protect and keep everybody safe. At that point, it just became a pattern. It got boring after the 5 hour mark for sure. Aurasphere, what's up, buddy? Alright, so let's dive into some action. Unless you guys have any other questions or anything, I'm going to dive back into grinding out the game a little bit. Let's go get that sculpture because we got to get that out of the way for the week. I might jump into a little Hydron action just so I can continue my Comb and my Soma Prime. Another excavation, this time against the Infested. I really just don't like excavations as far as grinding them out for as long as possible. The Bazaar is the only thing that does not get a server by the number of a 69. Every other server in Warframe right now has a server 69, whether it needs it or not. So how's everybody doing today? Don't be shy, say hi. Hope all the Tenno are having a good time. Oh, that's right, no fast travel. So used to coming to a relay, fast traveling to the simulacrum. Oh, a little bit of a lag there. Willing to buy melee ribbon. This is the one thing I don't understand.
Hey, came to trade, or did you
Khalid,
find some
explain
ITAM
this to me.
treasures you want endo from?
Why do people come here and trade? They walk around with their smelly armpit in the air, and they stand here, and they stand here, and they stand here, and they stand here, waiting for the right person to physically walk by them, basically. When you can just go into the trade chat, filter in whatever you want, let's say Soma, because you want either to get the Soma Prime, you want to get a Soma Ribbon. Now all this will filter out, this is just a general trade, but anyone that types in anything of they're selling this, they're selling that, or looking to buy, it's just going to pop up in the trade chat. Here we go. Willing to sell Soma Prime. PM an offer. Like, you know, it's either that, or, you know, you can just type in, like, you know, willing to buy Soma Prime Ribbon, or willing to, you know, it's, this trade chat is so much easier, and you got such a high chance of getting everything that you want. And these people are running around here with their arms in the air.
If you're looking for Maru's Bazaar, lucky for you, I've got a hot... I knew it. Okay, let's do this.
Yeah, let's do it. That's right, I'll stand on your podium. What you gonna do about it, woman? And just from old habits, I'm gonna refresh my window and everything. Oh yeah.
Okay, you know the drill.
Death orbs,
Get the eye tan
immediate energy
Don't get
filled.
killed. Simple, alright?
Hey.
I stumbled
Armor
across
strip.
a book in codex that said this tower was known for its huge I-10 presence. Unfortunately for you, it was also known for its deadly security apparatus.
Can't kill me. You guys do know that part of having a prime warframe, when you go past those big orbs, you gain 250 energy, right? I've learned that not a lot of people know that for some reason.
Well, this should be fun. Stretch first. Over up.
%40 off of platinum.
My, oh my, I think you found it. That's what we came here for. The job's done.
Takes care of all you guys. Just out of curiosity. It probably has something to do with the time before we started. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea when the trade chat system actually got implemented, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, it's a fair point. It could just be a point of nostalgia for some people. bounce on out. Yep, this guy's willing to trade a Soma ribbon. Judging by its name, I think it has crit damage. Yep, crit damage and magazine capacity. You can just kind of tell some of these. So, I mean, when you see the crit in there, you know it's going to be one of the two. And I try to remember if it's the A before it. That usually means it's damage. But some of these names are. I know this is going to be status based. You can tell it's in there. You know, negative status change. You're still going to have that crit. See, but now here's your thing. This is how I wonder how they actually come up with the names of it and how they actually do it. This is actually not that horrible of one, but that negative status changes. Just shit. Still the excavation against the infested. I was hoping for a better one to really dive in. But since that's not the case,
I've been thinking,
let's see.
operator.
We're gonna use our
I thought you wanted
random
to.
loadout. Anybody have a suggestion of what Warframe you'd like to see used? What I'm looking to do is to dive into Hydron. I don't want to get a majority of the kills, but I still want to be useful to who I'm playing with, because I want to be able to pull my weight, but I do not want to get all the kills. Because if I get all the kills, I'm not going to get the same affinity that I would want. Take a Baza off. The comb is who we are going to focus on bumping up.
Excellent armaments, operator. Please return.
Covered
It's
in
got a halfway
blood.
decent build to begin with.
Safe and
I
sound.
do have a ribbon for it. Obviously this thing needs to be rolled. Because damage to infested, maximum ammo and negative damage to the corpus. It's a ribbon that serves no point. The funny thing about this thing, fatal acceleration is probably going to end up going to the Excellus slot on this. But with what this has on it, having 232% status chance, I mean, it's halfway decent. Granted, that's not going to be on as a permanent, or it just might. We'll have to see how the roll of the ribbon goes, and what I plan on getting or what I'm willing to take. But oddly enough, this thing does slap pretty decent right now. And we'll go with Vauban. Oh, my guy has posted every chance he could. And here we go. Leaving myself at the mercy of the court.
Witness. My control expands to a new sector. Except, you lack the capacity to stop me.
doorstep. You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
Pineapple 05 is, oh, yeah. See? We got somebody in here with some shit internet. I can't even trigger my... I can't even trigger my operator to properly void dash. There it is. What the hell was that? Yeah, see, there's something screwy going on right now.
We fought with honor. Attack us and we will counter.
Sorry, had Bella dive into a few silly things here. See, and this is the other thing I can't stand. People that have to go into that hallway and kill. You're doing the killing outside of an area that we can reach. The whole reason why this works is because we are in range of each other. That was a bad throw. Oh, I can't wait to get a proper fire rate mod on this. Because, man, the cone sucks without it. Probably the best spot for one. That guy's running around opening up lockers and shit.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can...
Khalid, I have to kill my first lich.
Continue.
Yep. You gotta love that. Yeah, I haven't even killed my first lich.
Our position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
You'd think they'd clone something way less ugly.
Something tells me I'm going to be doing a lot of the work here. You going down this time? Nope. What are these guys using, by the way? Oh, it's just me and a Baruch. The great thing about the Lich, Fleming, when you kill them, everything they have stolen from you, you get back immediately. Oh, it's changed now, damn. There's idiots underneath us. And gain rewards. Did she take a ribbon from you? Yeah, see, this is my annoyance with running certain game modes, and why I don't like playing public. I'm at the mercy of other people. And I know I'm trying to get specific things done that's relatively selfish of me, but man, it's just like, we're all here, we're all here to level up. People backed out, 2 people backed out after 5 waves. That's going to be doing all the killing for me. I wish there was some type of a notification of how much of a buff I'm getting based off of how many enemies are incapacitated. Nope, I came on the wrong side. I heard that knocks on the other side. Oh yeah.
You can handle more of the enemy.
I mean, my mind goes to how far did I... Yeah, rank 25. I needed 5 more. Or if we had the other 2 people here, we would have more enemies, more... Yeah. So yeah, when I kill this Lich, everything that was just taken from me, I get back. Everything from before, I get back. I can only imagine what that is, because I've had this Lich for some time. Fleming, man, at some point, if you want, man, me and you can run, whether it's on the stream or off the stream, because I gotta get my first kill in. I want to get that Lich. I'm then gonna buy the comb off of someone, get that, because I know that version of the comb is better than this one, which actually entices me not to bother putting any more Forma into this. I only put 1, so it's not the end of the world. That and the Brahma, I know that is the heavy favorite as far as Kuva weapons go. Still got time of that. Damn. Alright, let's see here. No. Meh.
Do you remember the old war, operator?
Alright, man,
Or
we're
just
gonna
seems to
go
have
full tilt
misplaced those memories?
and have a little bit of fun. Old school Viper style. You know, the solid thing about having this massive 60%, well, with the Undying Strains at 50, so that extra 10%, while it's not a huge noticeable difference. If I really wanted to, I could take out Helios with Deconstructor on it, but nope. Rocking out with Duke.
Well put together, operator. Now get out there and
Cut down the...
make the Lotus proud.
Yep. Oh, hey, baby girl. Hell yeah, dude. Me and you haven't gamed in far too long, brother. No, I had you in a couple of parties and showing you a couple of things I wanted to... I always like keeping you updated on any discoveries I find out in this game or synergy that I come across. But, yeah, man, you and I are gonna game soon. There's a blister on the side of my finger. It's gotta be from yesterday.
Alarms to start.
Man, what I wouldn't give to have
The infested are releasing
two
toxic
other
spores into the
Anaroses,
area.
or three other
The
Anaroses
emergency
with me to
life
see
support
how high I can get
operator
all this
is your only
vitality.
chance for survival.
Oh, I know what room this is. You're gonna be, yep, right on.
Life support on the way.
Huh.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Oh, even though it came from that, I know, keep it therapist. You're lying. More from in here. So I'm gonna hunker around in here. Well, I would much rather prefer
Prepare for life support.
my regular one. Although this one isn't that bad. we found extraction.
Additional life support has arrived.
You're gonna be, yep. Okay. We are hunkering, and I got a room that's going to generate life support for me in case I get stuck. Look at all these red crits I'm getting off of this build. I mean, if it's not orange, it's red. But I mean, regardless of the color, the total number that I'm getting right now is, let's proof it, how high of a viral crit these are being.
Another life support capsule is now available.
The great thing about this stance that I use, it has a fair amount of natural ground slams to it, so I'm constantly just pulling these enemies in. To literally just stand here and just non-stop bring them in. Big circle sweeps and a ground slam.
The operative has just made their first discovery. Keep up the good work. When you are ready, go to extraction.
Maggots. They take up the place of real enemies, I need to say. Now the thing is, when you kill Road Mother, if you don't do it in time, you know, you used to be able to stop the maggots from coming out. If you killed her before she spewed them out, the maggots would never come out. Now, if you give her the chance, she'll spit them out herself. If you kill her before she does it herself, they just come out of her anyway. So it's non-stop maggots, which, again, adds another level of difficulty that, honestly, Infested needed. I'm just going to ground slam so you guys can do it. But, I mean, at the same token, it's just, you know, they take up spawn rate. That's the only negative side, really, for the maggots. They really don't do any major damage. They never scale. I'm gonna say this, if I had the other build on instead of Duke, Duke's just fun to have, right? But if I had the other build on and using Helios, these numbers would be honestly even higher. And there'd be nothing but red crits. Now, the one thing that has been a point of heavy thought and controversy with some of the other people that I've talked to when it comes to Warframe, which ability of Inaros do you get rid of? And the whole back and forth conversation of everything was, is it the one or is it the three? Do you get rid of, you know, Desiccation, where you're just firing sand in people's eyes, nice crowd control, open them up to finishers, or you get rid of the Tornado, which doesn't really do anything but crowd control a decent area. In my honest opinion, I'd rather get rid of Tornado. Does it crowd control? Yes. So does one. One also opens everyone up to finishes. Now, if you're being shot at while you're in that ability, while you're in the Tornado, with the build that I have on, you could technically stay in that ability forever, constantly recharge your health, because of Arcane Grace, and not really worry about anything. You can just stay in there. Anyone that gets close to you gets crowd controlled, but you have to be able to maintain distance to not suck everybody in, get people shooting at you and whatnot. So, another, you know, point of what do I do kind of thing. So this is where mind magnets are coming in handy.
You all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
Come on. Go ahead, poison me. You just get through the more grace. I got so many procs and everything popping up right now because of everything that I'm rocking with this Inaros build. I mean, seriously, look at all those buffs that are rocking out right now. You would think I'm using Octavia. A lot of them, well, 3 of them are adaptation. Strain Infection just came on. Arcane Grace peeks on and off, because I really don't get hit all that often, because they're not shooting at me. And the other ones are Weeping Wounds and Blood Rush kicking on, because of how I have my melee set up. Oh no, you took away all my energy. A Warframe that I don't even use energy for. Go ahead, hit me. There we go. Here comes my energy. Anytime you see a red 100 grand, it's nice. Let's see. I have been like in this game single shot. Oddly enough, was with my lens. I was using Nova on a COD. Back in the day, hit the lottery with the Vigilante mods, upgrading a shot for me. Must have upgraded quite a few levels, because I think there was a 550,000 red crit I got on that. And I have a picture of it. Like I had to take a screenshot of that number because I was just like, I didn't even believe it when I saw it. I'm like, it had to be two numbers that overlap. Nope. Legit 550,000 damage with the lens. Red crit just decimating. I really wish this was an arbitration. Just sit here and just freaking collect endo upon endo and sculptures and shit. Got tired of seeing those on my screen. The other great thing about running this right now, like this, with everything you need for the helmet, for all the bile-based resources you need to use, you're going to need to really grind out an infestation missions like this. 120,000 slash, that was pretty to see. Jump away from me.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
Puncher. He killed it, instantly popped out her maggots. Cat in the box. I'm literally just doing this to kill a little bit of time, but knowing that the resources that I need for the helmet charger, diving through this is something that you're going to need so you can really get the resources. You got to sacrifice a lot of resources, and to do it efficiently, you have to change up which ones you're using. Let's throw a little extra status on you guys for a little quick kills. And the great thing about this is, with this build, you know, I'm still basically just one-shotting everything. That's going to happen for some time. When I get to the point where I have to two-shot an enemy, all that's going to do is finally start triggering and ramping up condition overload. So the scaling of this weapon is going to keep up with the scaling of the enemy for some time. And that's a great thing. You know, I have my Ignis. That's going to trigger corrosive and heat for me. And even though they don't have armor, they'll still get the proc. Since they have the proc, condition overload will still trigger. Alright. He doesn't have armor, but he's still getting the proc of corrosion. That will count towards condition overload. That's one of the reasons why I keep my Ignis on at all times. Even if I'm just primarily going through the whole melee of the game. Most annoying faction in the game. When you say annoying, I might not think of it the same way most people do. So it depends on the character that you're using and how you're playing. For a mission like this, to have anyone that isn't tanky, to have anyone that depends on shields would be a big concern, because you get gas and you get toxic all the time from the infested. The one faction that really can get under my skin and really has, quote unquote, I would say, fucked me in the past, would be the Corpus, primarily because of how often their disruptor comes out. Granted, the Orokin has that too. But they have a big... I really haven't gotten a lot of health modules to drop, huh? Well, that's why we stay in a room that has quite a few. The Orokin have a heavy amount of armor. The Grineer have a lot of heavy hitters. But I mean, the Orokin still has a little bit of everybody. So I mean, to me, they would be the most overall shit fraction to go against. The Sentients, you don't go against them often, but the fact that they adapt to everything can be annoying. But I mean, there's so many ways around that at this point. Yep, pustules. I need more of those. I need you guys to start dropping some more health modules, or life support modules. You guys are getting stuck there, I wasn't paying attention to that. The new infested in the heart of Deimos, what I was doing earlier, when you're in the drift, some of them can be, like, I can see, like, the heavy potential that some of them have to be a real pain in the ass for people, especially once you get to higher levels, if you're doing a steel path mission for the bounty, for sure. There's going to come a point where DE is going to have Orb Valis and the Drift be part of the sortie, just like the planes are. And if that's the case, that will definitely, I guess, offer a level of challenge is the best way I can put that. Because that's all it's really going to be. I think that's one of the reasons why I like this game so much, why I go so full tilt with it, is because of the challenge it can offer. And with how I played this game and how I have my character, these maggots that are popping up on my... So let's pull back this way a little bit. Yeah, the fact that the Corpus can turn off your abilities or reset any stat buffs that you give yourself That's a big one. But that's the thing. The Orokin can do it too. But they have the same guy, but he's, you know, the whole thing of the Orokin is they're basically all the factions that have absorbed members of the other faction and made them their own. And I'm noticing that the music is oddly changed. I'm wondering why. It almost changed like something in the game is coming for me. Go ahead, poison me. All you're gonna do is trigger my ability to heal. Why did you take 2 hits? Unless they missed. She looks like changing music again.
Look what our Tenno operative just
Talis,
found.
when was the last time that you... Last time you actually played Warframe? I'm trying to remember if you said you haven't played it since 2016, or 2016 is when you started playing it, but you just recently stopped. 2019. I mean, I'll always tell people, give the game a shot. I tell my buddies that every Friday night I have game night where 3 of my friends, Craig, Beans, and Rick, and they always say, you know, the game looks crazy, it's really fast-paced. When they watch my stream, they're kind of like, I'm not exactly sure what's going on, and that's only because they're not familiar with the game. So, I mean, if you've never played the game and don't know what's supposed to be happening, when you're in the middle of it, and you see me doing what I'm doing right now, it leaves a lot unanswered for people, and I totally get that. I think, with as smart as they are, they would do great at this game. But for the most part, 2 of them are way more PvP type players. They don't do a lot of campaigns. I mean, they'll do them in the games that offer the PvP. But they don't... I mean, I think they would like this game. I think they will enjoy it. I always say that everybody. Me, I would say, hey man, just jump back into it. You don't need to have the best internet in the world to play this game. If your internet connection is over, I would say 10 to 15 megabytes a second, you should be able to play this game no problem, as long as it's a stable connection, I always tell people, and this is for any type of gameplay, you have to be hardwired. You need to be
Spore
hardwired.
saturation is nearing critical mass.
Any
After that point,
internet-based
you will have
game
a life support.
via Wi-Fi, it's not going to be as stable as you want, unless you're directly next to the router, in which case you might as well hardwire it. But the main reason being is, you know, I have other people that live in this house with me. You know, I got my best friend, basically my brother, here, so he has his devices connected to the Wi-Fi. I have my devices connected to the Wi-Fi. If we have a friend or family over, you know, their device connects to the Wi-Fi, and that's where you start running into those problems. But if you're hardlined in, it's the bandwidth off of that never changes. The bandwidth as far as how much it can handle when there's so much Wi-Fi going on, that's different. The hardlined in, you could have 5 devices hardlined in, they're all going to use the exact same amount of bandwidth. It's not going to change, it's not going to slow it down. When I first started playing this game, I took maybe 6 or 7 months to stop playing because I just didn't like the game at first. But I also had no one to really walk me through it and show me everything she can do. It just seemed very, I guess, pointless to me. And then a friend of mine that I gamed with, who actually is my clan leader now, Lucy definitely gave me a big bump in education on the game. Plus, I was playing with a few friends that really loved the game. Not the ones I did that run with that I mentioned earlier for survival, but just a couple of guys that I met playing Grand Theft Auto. And we dove into this game completely. I have taken another break, which was recent too. I stopped playing it for quite a few months. I haven't done a lot of stuff in Orb Valis. I haven't, you know, I didn't get like the best hoverboard. I don't have any of the secondary weapons you can make up, the kick guns from Orb Valis. I don't even have the liches that are still going on here. I haven't even killed my first one. Cody and I were just discussing that. You don't have to be caught up in this game to have fun or be formidable. If anything, it's probably best not to be caught up, just because you still have a lot of gameplay to go through. And that's one of the reasons why I don't dive into it. I have other stuff that I have to do in this game that I can look forward to doing, because DE doesn't release a lot of content throughout the year. So to me, I have to find ways to keep this game fresh for me, which is what I've learned from taking my break. So the new open world just came out. Heart of Deimos is out now. Because Heart of Deimos is out, and everyone's going to be so heavily focused on that, now that I have the key things for that done, I'm probably not going to spend too much time in it. I'm going to go to Orb Valis. I'm going to do everything that I have to do there, because now the servers aren't so bogged down. And I'll catch up on the last update and everything that takes there. And that's going to be probably 2 or 3 weeks of solid gameplay that I'm going to have to invest. And I'm not talking about I'll get it done in a couple of weeks. I'm talking, you know, 7 full days, like 24-hour periods worth of time. I'm talking probably going to have to invest about 150 hours, 160 hours into that gameplay, which, yeah, basically a solid week, but I mean, with how the battles are and prepping your Warframes and weapons to do what you need them to do against certain battles, mine are kind of there already because of how I methodically just have to go through and do things. But I'm sure there's going to be plenty that I have that I'm going to have to fine-tune to get them to where they need to be so I can do profit tokens and all that fun stuff. Okay, you said you play on Xbox now. Is your Warframe on Xbox? Yep, you try to pull me towards him. Instead, I pulled him towards me. Me. Mr. Anderson. Always gotta do that every time I say it. I don't know why. It's sickness. It's almost like anytime someone mentions like, oh, that was totally cool, all I can think of is Jack Nicholson just going, where does he get wonderful? Could be worse. There could be stuff in this game that reminds me of Joe Pesci. Oh, get over here, you motherfucker! You rat bastard, I swear to God. Dude, the grind is real in this game, man. But here's the thing, man. If you're on PlayStation, dude, I have no problem running the grind with you, man. And I'll help you fly through it. Whatever you need for it, whether it's getting weapon pieces, relics, whether it's resources, dude, I got no problem running the grind. If you're on Xbox or Twitch, or Switch, I do have a couple people in my Discord that I need to go back and start rebuilding. Something I gotta start promoting. I need to get Streamlabs probably turned back on and focused because I'm noticing none of the tags are going in, so I'll have to fix that again. I have people in my Discord that are on PC, Xbox, and Switch. Dude, they're always looking for people. They used to always just jump in there and just say, hey, he's playing this. Yep, no, trust me, I totally get it, man. It's one of the things that I like about, playing Call of Duty, rocking out Warframe and whatnot. Dude, I can do that all day and have fun with my friends. Even more so, we'll do gunfight. And I totally just swung at the two parties and custom charge it, which he kind of is, but he's on my side. Oh, I hate it when you assholes hook me. See, and that's probably the biggest annoyance in this game, is when you're playing against the infested, and you got like 3 or 4 of them, and they keep hooking you. No, I'm gonna hit this now, just so I can go through that. Oh, dude, ask Khalid, man. I'd rather play this game solo than ever play it with other people because, especially with the randoms, I can't trust randoms to do what they have to do. Like, there's a reason why I'm staying in this one room and not leaving it. The spawn rate of the enemies will stay focused and fixated on this room. But everybody is so thirsty for either showing off or being the person that gets the most kills or does the most damage that they rather go to a different room so they get their own enemies to kill. Not realizing that now you split the spawn rate of the enemies and we're not going to be able to maintain survival as long as possible. This game, like, how good of a player you are isn't measured by how much damage and who gets the most kills. I could care less who gets the most kills. And I've had people try calling me out saying that, but you're always the person that gets the most kills. I can't depend on other people to come equipped with what they need. So I finally just said, alright, if you want to call me out on that, I had a solid week of playing nothing but support Warframe. that are not offensively designed to do any of the
Another
killing.
life support capsule.
And I did nothing but bump up everybody else's stats. And that person never came back into my screen ever again. Is the point of this game to kill everything? Yes. But it's not the main point. To me, it's more important to succeed as a team, if we're going to play as a team, than anything else. I've been in here for almost 40 minutes, and I'm finally getting our glass friends. See the door opening down here.
Void. Who did this?
Dude, they really are. They're a problem in every game. They don't understand the basics. They only care about themselves and not surviving as a team. I mean, this is the problem that Nas faces every stream. And he handles it, at least on camera, way better than I do. Hashtag Paladins. People don't... If they have a headset on, they're in a party. Look, when I play Warframe, or when I play Wildlands, or if I play Call of Duty, and I play... dirty. And I'm with my friends and we're in a party, but we're going to have a random, we jump into the game chat. Even though we're in a party, we jump into the game chat so we can talk to our team. Because we want to win. Like, these people that just nuts out wanting to just go and go. It's like, you know, Nas always says people get that purple shield fever. You know, they got a purple shield, so they think they can win the entire game by themselves now. You know, I just don't get it. Let's throw a little status on everybody here. It's just... Paladins, everybody can only be one character, just like Apex. If you're not doing what your character is supposed to do, the game is heavily based on there being an attacker, someone running defense, somebody healing, and somebody flanking. That is how the game is designed. And the game will tell you if you are missing any one of those classes. And there have been times where I have played someone that I didn't want to play, played off class, because our team needed someone to heal. And we did just fine. I hate being the person that heals, because I'm usually the person that's heavily targeted, and I can't rely on my randoms that are playing defense to help me out. Because they'll pick whatever class or whatever character looks cool, and they do nothing but attack. They'll rush in by themselves for, 1v4, and then you hear them finally get on their headset like they do to Nas, where they're just like, dude, man, I'm always by myself, so stop pushing by yourself! Wait for the rest of the team to respawn and we'll push together! Like, these are the things that people just don't get. And it's just like, all I'm thinking is you guys are a reason why the definition of insanity is what it is. Everyone should know what the definition of insanity is. Doing the exact same thing over and over again, expecting different results. If I have a wall in front of me, and the wall is covered in nails pointing out, and I punch it, and I have a massive amount of puncture wounds in my fist, if I punch it again, thinking something different's gonna happen, I'm fucking insane. And that's what these people are doing. Just constantly. Nas had it last night. He showed it in that clip. This guy just pushing by himself all the time. Pushing. Goes down. They ended up picking him up. And then he does the exact same thing. He pushes by himself again. He's looting. He's picking up everything around everybody. And then he's just, a loot junkie. And then from there, he is just rushing off by himself again. My girlfriend, a buddy of hers, when we play Apex, that's all he sees somebody, he goes straight at them. Doesn't stop, doesn't communicate, he never marks anything down as far as oh, there's stuff here you can pick up. Oh, there's this. Oh, you're looking for light ammo. It's right over here and pings it for you. No. He's so focused on making sure he's taken care of, he's stacked up, and then if he sees an enemy that he just immediately engages, he just, to me, I can't play with a person like that. And I hate it. My girlfriend knows I'm not crazy about Apex. But I will play it because I know she likes it. I'll play Fortnite specifically because she likes it. I have no problem doing that for Mrs. Viper. But I'll be damned if I'm going to play with someone that's going to constantly jeopardize us. Because it's the routine of we are trying to get ourselves equipped relatively decently. This guy pushes. He is now by himself. Now he goes down. Mrs. Viper is not all that far away from him, so she's trying to help and get him back up. But it's still 1v3, because I'm not hit yet. She's down. And now it's me against the world. And I got no problem doing that, but now it's also, as I'm trying to hear footsteps, and as I'm trying to keep everything alive and try and figure out a way to keep us going, keep myself alive, and do the best I can for my team, it's the other thing that Nas and I share. Look, if I'm the last person, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear you complaining about you going down, all that's bullshit, all that's this. I don't give a shit of why you went down at that point. You are down. I need to hear everything around me and figure out what's going on and get at least good call-outs going. Or I want radio silence. Unplug your headset. Pull the plug out. I don't give a shit. But I can't tolerate people that play a team sport and they're playing it by themselves. Like, Warframe, you can play this game solo. It's designed to have that feature. But man, do that in Apex, you're screwing the whole team. Apex doesn't have a solo gameplay for a reason. Playing that game solo with how people third party and how thirsty most people are, people would never play it. Duo is the best. Call of Duty, dude, they did it because they know so many people cheat and whatnot in the game. If they'll fucking let that happen. But I can't do it. Oh, dude, that's huge. This past weekend, our one guy couldn't make it, Beans. He was traveling. I think he was visiting. Was he either visiting family or he was either visiting his family or his girlfriend. Either way, he wasn't playing with us. It was just myself, Rook, and Fred. We played a little Wildlands, and we did just fine. But when we had a random that didn't have a microphone, didn't talk, didn't point out anything, would barely ping anything out. Look, anytime I played that game random, I have never played the classes I wanted random. I am Scout, I'm Mortar, I'm something with a drone, I'm Eyes for who I'm with. It's the only smart thing you can do when you are the oddball random out and you're clearly squad up with 3 people. Because the great thing about Wildlands is it tells you who's squatted up. I mean, seriously, if you listen to me, go back and watch any of my Paladin streams, there will come a point in any one of those streams where I am literally losing my fucking mind because of how people are. You got a guy that should be defending, not pushing the point. You got one of our tanks that refuses to just be a tank and absorb the damage and let us heal him, but not have him push by himself and attack. Like, you're a tank, but you're still vulnerable. If 5 people focus fire any tank in that game, tank's going down. There's no way to stop it. But if you have a tank, and then you have two people behind that tank that are constantly healing him, pumping him with life, now that tank that can take the abuse won't go down, even with 5 people shooting at them. And I've had that situation where I've played the Khan in that game. Khan is real tanky in that game. And I had 5 people, I had them wailing on me, and they couldn't do shit to me because I had 2 awesome healers that kept me alive. They kept me alive like they were going to get their dick sucked for doing it. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. They freaking were phenomenal. And I wish there was a way to immediately invite or start or send friend requests in that game at that point. Or in-game friend like Call of Duty. Dude, that would have been great. I would have added those guys immediately. Couldn't even backtrack to see the last people I played with. But those guys, I mean, they were phenomenal. I couldn't ask for better randoms at that point. These guys were ridiculous. They saw me pick Khan because I was really getting used to him and he is fun to play. And we got in a party and they're like, "Are you good with Khan?" And I'm like, as long as I'm being healed, I will never get off the point. Those 2 guys picked healers that they had tricked the fuck out. The other guy picked a flanker and the other guy was attacked. And we sat there the whole time and we swept them 4-0. They were incredible. And they're like, "Alright man, it was good playing." And then everything cuts out because you don't automatically stay with your randoms, it switches you out. It automatically gives you a new set of guys. But, dude, that game, so much fun. But yeah, man, if I was playing with a group of guys right now trying to do this survival, I guarantee you all 4 of us would not be in this room together. And this would be a good room for it because there are nooks and crannies where we can hide. We can have 2 frames. You have your Vol Band bringing everybody in, getting them focused. You have your Nova speeding them up so they come even quicker. You have Sarens stripping armor and doing the heavy damage and whatnot. Everyone has the proper weapons they need to have. I would suggest having either Necros to make sure that you are able to, in case your rate of death goes down, to be able to generate enough life support to keep yourself alive. But if you're in a room like this that has the med towers in it, life support towers in it, you don't have to worry about that. I would then suggest getting Octavia and pooling those people in. That way, Octavia's first ability is insane. It scales to the enemy. There's no limitation to it whatsoever. Whether it's level 1 enemies or whether it is level 1000 enemies. Whatever damage they do to Mallet is the damage that Mallet does back to them, increased by your ability strengths multiplied by that. The way my Octavia is set up, it's doing, I think, overall 10 times damage, popping her 1 with her 4. Let's get this shit out the ground, shall we? Have they? See, that's the only downside of being infested. These guys, they'll hook you. You'll get like 3 or 4 of them hooking you at the same time. And you just spend like 15, 20 seconds on the ground. Oh man, does that kill your ability to kill efficiently and maintain your life support. Right now I am just grinding the resources that these enemies will drop. Here, let me get... So if I go here to look at what they're dropping, what I'm looking to get is nanospores, mutagen samples, pustules, plastids, neurodes, these are all things that have to be sacrificed to the helmet, so I can keep building that up in my ship. The bile category, it's a hard one to maintain. It requires a lot of stuff that you don't typically grind for because you use them so few and in between. I do like the fact of it grinds out, or will accept argon crystals, but it's a hard one to maintain and it's common to use. So I'm trying to get all those quote-unquote bile-based. Look, Duke is still one-shotting enemies himself with a proper setup.
Spore saturation near critical mass. After that point, no amount of life support will save you. Life support has been replenished.
Come on. One thing I hate about this room, once I get in here, if I don't get out of it fast enough, and enemies spawn other places, the enemies just sit in that little hole. Every now and then the game will do this. It'll change the spawn rate just to fuck with you a little bit. It's one of the reasons why I like to boil it. Instantly just 5-6 guys jumping out. Shit. We'll back out at the 60-minute mark. The arbitration would have reset by now. Hopefully that is something decent, whether it be a defense or a survival.
After that point, no amount of life support will save you.
I want to be able to also earn more stuff for Endo. Something tells me big things are going to be happening with mods sometime soon. The good thing is that GE is listening when it comes to certain things now. I think they've lost enough of their reliable business. They have lost enough people that were supporters due to the fact of, man, they pander to casual players in this game. They change a lot of stuff for them. This is something I've complained about on my stream myself, and I will say I've straight bitched about it. I've had conversations with Danielle from DE in the past. She is the community manager. Myself, Life of Rio. I want to say Tactical Potato also made a comment. Now, I'm not as well known as, you know, Volta Hero, Tactical Potato, Life of Rio. But that's as far as the community goes. as far as DE goes, I've had regular conversations at some points with Danielle and Rebecca about these are things that we need to focus on. I've talked to Steve, I've talked to some of the guys. Stop pandering to these people that play this game every so often. You know, when nothing in this game should ever be nerfed. Plain and simple. I'm not even happy with how they did everything for the subsume in this game, where, well, they had a nerf roar, they had a nerf war cry because, you know, they didn't want people to only pick those abilities and not use the full system. So to make it more appealing to try and use other abilities. Look, no. The appeal of the ability is what it does. You take away how much it can do it, it's only going to pull people away from it. The smartest play would have been this. Instead of nerfing all the abilities that were going to be the heavy favorites, which you guys took a hold, buff the ones that people weren't going to play. Make them more appealing. Add a little something special to them to set it apart, since it's not going to synergize with the Warframe that they were intended on. That would have been the smart thing. You know, they brought back Prime Chamber. The mod that all but freaking disappeared, basically, because it was only in the beginning of the game's life that mod was out during 2 very specific events. And you can just never get it again. People were literally trying to sell that mod for anywhere from 50 to 80,000 platinum. Like, you couldn't get that mod. No one would offer any cheaper than that. And that was only because of how it worked with the Eidolon hunt. And the Eidolon was the only real big thing you could focus on. For those of you that don't know what Prime Chamber is, it's for sniper rifles, and it made the Vectis a freaking juggernaut because the first shot out of a sniper rifle, 100% damage. 100% extra damage. On top of Suration, on top of everything else. That is an insane gun. It's the reason why people could one-shot joints out of the Eidolon. But again, because of that, instead of bringing that back, instead of buffing things, they nerfed the Eidolon. They made him easier. Like, it's so weird how they do things. In this game, in a game where you are supposed to be rocking this out to a higher endgame level, they do nothing but take the people that complain that, well, I did this defense, and at level 10 this other guy had way more kills than me because he's one-shotting everything. He's one-shotting everything because his Warframe is designed to go further into the game, but now you complain so much that they're nerfing Warframes that are now going to have trouble with succeeding at low levels. So what's this person going to do when they want to grind, like, to wave, you know, 200 of a defense? Now what are they going to do? Like, and here's the thing. The people that are making these complaints are also the people that don't spend money on the game. I have spent plenty of money on this game, real money, on a free game, because of how much I love and enjoy it. And they're constantly a little bit here, a little bit there, just taken away, taken away, taken away, taken away. And it's ridiculous. I didn't even look at the details of what I got there. Let's see, 100,000 credits, plenty of relics, Adhesive Blast, Life Strike is good, Adhesive Blast, you know, I mean, that's just so you don't have to worry about it bouncing wherever it hits, that's where it's going to explode. It's good for the Penta. Spinning Needles, I believe that's the, yeah, dual dagger stance. So nav coordinates, plenty of freaking mods. Relentless combination, that's always a good one. Slash will proc your combo. So if you have a lot of slash going on for everyone that's on, you max this out. It's 100%, and it's gonna speed up your combo counter. This was huge back in the day when there was no limit to how many hits you could string together. Now it's to get up to 200 or whatever. There's no point. But this is what I was looking at. Plenty of nanospores, a good amount of pustules. That's good. 2 Oberon neuroptics, because you always should have Oberon pieces. Neuros, that came from breaking something. Mugen samples, the same thing. Placids, that's a decent amount of placids. Steam, that doesn't drop. I don't think I have a booster off of resources, do I? Nah, credit and affinity. Alright, so arbitration. An interception against a Grenier, and that's just about to wind down. So hopefully it's going to be... I'm hoping for a survival against the Infested, but if it's a defense against the Infested, I'm still going to rock that out a decent amount. I just hope that the planet that it's going to be on, the tile it'll end up being on, will be something worth playing on. Otherwise, it's just such a drag. You guys didn't offer anything better before. You're not the assassination, are you? Oh, clan leader's on. Also, since time has gone on, our clan has changed quite a bit. I actually got promoted to warlord, so I am third in charge of the clan now. It's not a massive clan. We had to do some restructuring and whatnot of the people that we had in there. I was a rook. I talked to Lucy about just how much I've been here and what I've done for the clan and whatnot, and she agreed, so she bumped me up. Springer is now the king. He's a solid player as well, very knowledgeable, very good with the game, fun guy to chat with. But I told Lucy, I was like, if you just, with everything I've done for everybody, but also I've told her anytime she needed anything, I've contributed as much as I could, whenever I could. I've at least 30,000 of most things. I've tried contributing more and whatnot, and she's just like, that's alright. The pigments were big, because that got a lot of color for her. But aside from that, I've spent appreciate it, buddy. I've spent a good amount of time with the guys that we have in the clan, kind of working with them and helping them become better in the game. I mean, that's the whole part of the clan. I mean, like, obviously you join the clan because of all the free bonuses and perks you get. But aside from that, a great thing about being in a clan is simply just because you want to learn, you want to be better at the game. That it's such a huge benefit. So if you're in a clan and nobody works together and whatnot, some of these people are out there talking about how big their clan are, and all I'm thinking is, how often do you play with people in your clan? Like, we have a small clan, but we play together almost every day. I try to be as active as I can, trying to get them up there because of all the time that I've spent in this game.
Well put together.
And this is the one thing they've all said.
Cut down.
They make the comment about Lucy being a mastery rank 15, and she's the one that made this clan. I'm mastery rank 24. If you look at my profile and look at my stats, I am just over 1,800 hours in this game. To me, I don't like saying that I'm a veteran, but people tell me I have that status because I've been playing this game since it almost came out. I started playing this game maybe a year and a half after it came out. This game came out in 2013. Lucy, on the other hand, if you look at her profile, she's mastery rank 15. But she's got 6,200 hours of gameplay in. Meaning if she played that all in one shot, it would be 259 days straight non-stop that she's played this game. And Lucy is a minimalist. She knows everything in this game you would want to know as far as the original frames. She doesn't have to, you know, if you look at everything that you need to get to level up, she's only mastered 286 out of the 576 items there are. You know, Warframes, 10 out of 73. Like, mastery rank isn't a big deal to her. And I can understand why to a point. The only thing that mastery rank to me is nice about is when I'm leveling something up, my mod capacity start off point. Now, for the longest time, I was at 16, and then for the longest time, I was at 22. Only in the last, like, few weeks did I decide to go to 24. And if you look at how I am, I always tell people, look, I'm only smart in this game because it's math-based. When it comes to 373 out of 578 items. I have all the Warframes but one, Saku, because I am going to earn his pieces legitimately and straight through. That's not a problem for me. I got everybody else. Then when it comes to weapons, 95 out of 134 of the primary weapons. I mean, yeah, let's see. So the Bratton Vandal, it's going to be a lot of the Vandals and whatnot. Yeah, and the great thing is, Talus, is that, you know, to get to 15 and 16, to get to that point, you can get through it pretty quick with minimal effort, really. You don't have to put in a whole lot of effort and whatnot. But I mean, like, the boss move, dude, I honestly don't even know what that is. The Baza obviously is the base form of the Baza Prime. I have that, no problem. The Bratton Vandal, you know, I have the Bratton Prime. I did the Bratton. The Bratton Prime is great. The slash that it does is great for Necros. The Dara, I mean, I have the Dara Vandal, but I never made the Dara. The Daku, the Convetrix, like, these are all things that I never did. The Flux Rifle, the Grinlock, the Glaxon Vandal. It's gonna be a lot of Vandals. Look, the Ignis, 62% of my gameplay in this game has been with the Ignis as my primary weapon. Why? Because it is the best weapon in this game. Never did the Ignis, though. The Hema, same thing. The Kuva weapons, haven't touched any of them. The one that I currently have right now, it's actually a pistol, so it would be under the secondaries. Yeah, the Seer is what I have. And I will end up going for the, whatchamacallit, yeah, I've done none of the animals. My Helm of Charge is the only one that I have, and that's it. And now there's all the new ones. But my, yeah. You know, I just focus on what I like and what's useful in the game and whatnot, but, like, people look at what I'm able to do with what I have, and that's only because I put in that level of focus. Like, Khalid, you've seen people come in here and they just go nuts over the stupid things of the game, of just like, oh, he's got a fair amount of platinum, he's got to be good in this game. No, I just have platinum. That doesn't depict anything. You know, when I'm playing the game and I get the most kills, for some reason that means to people like, oh, he's really good at the game. No, it just means that I was the one focused on the killing and everybody else was playing support. Like, I don't know. I can go into the psychology of gaming and whatnot for fucking days, and it's still gonna be no different for most people. Alright, come on. We got a minute left. Oh, here's one thing I didn't show you guys. A great melee weapon, especially for Anaros, the Haruto. Great thing about the Haruto, each critical hit steals health. Well, hey, no one's Khalid, no one's come in here yet. I mean, granted, I'll give them some time, but no one's come in here yet saying, "Hey, man, can I get some platinum?" Like, same rules apply as before, Khalid. You see someone coming in here saying, "Hey, man, give me some platinum," dude, just kick him the fuck out. I'm not gonna deal with that nonsense. But dude, this is such a great weapon. It needs another forma to it. Needs another two forma to it. Nope, it's gonna need three. These three are gonna need to have forma in it because of what I'm using for um, the sacrificial mods, and it's only because I want that high-ass critical chance. Could I drop this? Yeah. For some reason hitting triangle is triggering the sword. Drops my critical chance down to 96. 220. As opposed to, what was it, 265? 275. Could I do that? And then put in... here, I'm just going to do that. Prime pressure point? Sure. And I could forma that and get all the speed, or all the capacity that I would need. But to start this weapon off with its crit chance being there, and then having Blood Rush kick in, and Weeping Wounds, it might not seem like it's a lot, because status is 8.7. I don't think I have... Yeah, starts off at 11%. I get negative status chance off of my Rivet, but I'm getting viral off of it and status duration. So for status chance to go down, don't really care. Because that 11% originally was, that's what this 40% is. Echo, what's 40% of 11?
40% of 11 is 4.4.
Echo,
Does
what?
that answer your question?
Echo, what's 4.4 times 12? Nope, you didn't want to answer it. Echo, what's 4.4 times 12?
4.4 times 12 is 52.8.
52.8 just off of that. Add in that 8% now, so we're at 60% status chance. Status is going to happen. Weeping Wounds is such a great thing to have on any weapon that you want to make into a status. And for this to trigger viral, granted it's not slash, you're going to get puncture off of it. But to have this on a Naros, ridiculous. What would I put here? Perhaps a Bane mod? Maybe a 60-60 mod? But looking at what I have here, I wouldn't put speed because I'm not going to need it. And I don't think... If you guys are unaware... let's see here. I'm going to back out so the stats are going to stay 0. I hate it when it's got the dual setup. I get it, but I just don't want it there. 6.5. Yeah, no, it's not gonna make a difference. Putting on Jagged Edge brings it up to 12. I'll never be able to... That's right, you're only the 90. You're the 120. So if I pop in here... Hey, Fleming, check it out, man. I'm down to 15,000 endo. That's the lowest my endo has been, and I couldn't tell you how many years, dude. I've been maxing out a lot of shit. Yeah, even with the two of them, it's only 20% slash. So, this number while you shouldn't have to pay too much attention to it, the one thing you want to pay attention to is which number is the highest. That's the one that's going to proc first off of your status chance. There's the highest chance for that one to be procced, and it will go in that order. So when you look at this, viral and puncture are going to be the two that are going to trigger the most. Viral for sure, puncture right after. Will you get slash? Yes. You're going to get a lot of slash? Not as much as you want. But with how everything's built up, any slash is good slash in this game. So if you proc just one or two slashes on an enemy, with viral it's more enough to do it. Puncture is just going to take away their damage. Yeah. So you gotta love it. Most effective against armor, so anyone that has heavy armor, you're gonna pop right into it. Puncture slash reduces the target's damage output by up to 75%. Um, you know, can't beat it. I hope no one steals it. Funny. Fleming. Kelly. God damn it. What would I put in here? Yeah, probably Gladiator Might, to be honest. It's the only one that really makes sense. Get that crit damage up. You're 60. You're 90. Nope, it would have to be Organ Shatter. So I'll get 4 off of you. Yeah, no, all 3 are gonna have to be formed. But I mean, yeah. Let me show you how ridiculous this can be for an Aros. So the whole principle of everything is to have this on an Aros. Now here's the other thing I'm just thinking about. I won't be getting the strain bonus off of it because the critical damage is so small on this. I'm better off just making sure that I give that actual bump as opposed to, well, 160. Nope, yeah, no, strain would still work very nicely on it. I stand corrected. I'm gonna pause the AI. Can I cast from here? No. Okay. What I'm looking to do is just deplete my health to the most I can right now. Alright. I could technically make it lower, but I'm not going to. I'm going to wait until the ability wears off so I don't accidentally get the heal from it. Oh, and I don't want to get the heal off of Duke's maggots. Because if I go near a dead maggot, it's going to... Ah, god damn it! And because I went into the menu, it... it reset everything. I forgot it does that. It resets. But I didn't want those maggots to heal me when they would have. And actually, you know what? Before I do that, Let's get the proper build on him too. Instead of using strain, I do have a melee build. Strictly for the melee. Oh, and carrier automatically heals me too. Son of a bitch. See, so this is the downside of being so efficient. Alright, nobody's on. Nope. I could do with a little less. Literally want to get myself down to nothing. I think the lowest the game will let me go down to is 2. Yep. Alright. Can't eat any more life. So, the Haruto off of crit hits. And that will be based off of how many enemies I'm hitting. So when I have them in here, it depends on the type of crit that's hitting them. I already filled up my life. Putting that viral on them. Well, at least there's only virals being put on them. There's puncture now finally. Yeah, see, it's so heavy flavored. But I mean, these are level 150 heavy gunners. They have plenty of armor. They have plenty of life. The fact that I'm just chopping through them. The downside of using this weapon, it's close range. It doesn't have a lot of range to it. And the other thing is, because they need some type of a lock-on system. I think that's the only thing that's really missing from this game when it comes to the melee. To be able to like lock on an enemy and just really stay in the box with them. I mean, is that really what I just did, man? Am I staying with it? No, see, you end up just going off anyways. I'd rather just be able to focus on a specific enemy. But I mean, like, we're just ripping through nothing but red crits here. Red viral, red procs, red slash, red puncture. But to have this on Anaros, where every hit is just going to gain him life, I mean, you can literally just run through the game and just punch the fuck out of everybody. I would take this on the steel path right now. I might actually just do it just to give it a go, because I honestly haven't tried it. I have done minimal in the steel path. So you know what? We're going to take this to the steel path. Talus, the steel path is something they just opened up in Warframe. It's basically you start the map completely over. All the enemies get an extra percentage of health, armor, shields. You have an increased drop rate chance as well. And I'll get to the specifics here because they're actually escaping off the top of my head right now. So the enemies start at level 100. They get a 250% bump to health, shield, and armor. You get 100% extra resource drop chance, and you get an extra percent more mod drop chance off of your. Um, it's basically like having those um, boosters on when you're playing it. So everything here is locked. I do have Earth, and I do have Venus. So I am going to make sure that I have Duke with me.
Well put together, operator. Now get out there and cut down.
Yep. Oh yeah. This is their answer to people being upset with them constantly nerfing everything. And here's the thing. If they were to nerf the steel path, I would lose my shit. You made it specifically for us to have a way to truly test ourselves and push ourselves. And now you're going to nerf it because someone else complained, oh, it's too hard. Play the fucking game for more than 20 hours and then complain. So let's see here. You're a rescue. You're a defense. Spy. Alright. So you're an exterminate. Now these guys are going to hit hard. Let's see how well Anaros does just going straight toe-to-toe with them. Because otherwise, I've been using other Warframes just to dance around them a little bit.
Accept your death.
You know, I have no idea why I even used that. I mean, I could just do that. Blind them up. But I mean, these guys, I mean, they're shooting at me. They're trying to do damage to me. I mean, here. Come on, do some damage. Arcane Grace. I mean, these guys are... They're not doing shit to me. Like, Anaros is just... And I've avoided using Anaros specifically for Steel Path because I knew how tanky he was. Dude, where are you guys coming from? Oh, that ship dropped off enemies, didn't it? I mean, they can't hurt me. They can't hurt Duke because all my melees just give him more life. I mean, look. Duke is ripping them apart because he does do toxic damage. His status change is garbage. But I got all these guys just shooting at me right now. They're barely doing anything to me. And my melee does... Oh, here we go, grenade. Holy shit, they took away some life. They had to throw a grenade at my ship. All they can do is keep Duke's shields off of him.
We've got robots.
I'll put my melee weapon away so I'm taking direct hits. They're trying to do damage to me, but they just can't do shit. My Ignis still rips them apart. Now, the only person that could throw a little bit of a monkey wrench in this would be if they had... Because this guy's in the air. He's a pain in the ass. But if they had one of their disruptors right now, he would be the person that would be slowing you down. In hindsight, with how this is playing out right now, I'd probably be better off having my my other doctrine with me, my status-based one. And that thing would probably get me through this a lot quicker, a lot faster. Arcane Grace is keeping me alive right now. Duke, I don't have to worry about him dying because I'm just meleeing, and that's always going to, you know, ramp up with Prime Pack Leader. I mean, it's actually kind of boring. I mean, I'm just literally just smashing circle and getting these guys. It could be so much easier if I just had my doctrine with me because I could just fly through it. But there's no chance of taking that heavy injury because of how melee weapons block, how tanky Inaros is. Of course, once I get through your armor and get corrosive on you, you're no more of a big deal. I mean, these guys really are just... Yeah, my secondary is because of the amount of shields they get. Pick the Ignis back up. The Ignis just triggers so easily. But I need to get my Ignis on with the Viral. But I mean, the build that I have for Inaros, until I reach enemies that can do 8,500 damage in one shot, Inaros is not going to die. Hans get the flamethrower. Because you can have all the shields you want. The Viral and everything, the slash just takes care of everything else. Spin around, put a little elemental damage on everybody. Good. Whatchamacallit? Condition overload to trigger. Now, you mentioned the flamethrower, and all I can think of is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. If you guys haven't seen the movie Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, go freaking see it. It's a great movie with Leonardo DiCaprio. It's a Quentin Tarantino movie with Leonardo DiCaprio and Brad Pitt. They're movie actors. Brad Pitt is Leo's stunt double, basically. Takes place in the 70s, quote unquote, in the 70s. It might even be sooner than that. They live next to Roman Polanski. which I think is hysterical. But yeah, that's Steel Path. I mean, granted, these guys are the lowest level enemies on the Steel Path, but they're level 104. They're getting double, more so than what they normally would get at this level. And I'm still just with the Naros, just hotboxing them just real quick with these one-shots. I wouldn't say one-shots, but the puncture and slash with the viral.
So you conquer yourself.
Like a Naros is the definition of a tank. So until you get to levels where they're going to be one-shotting him, you got nothing to worry about.
Grenier galleons kicking up dust all the way.
Now that's just regenerating life. You don't have to regenerate life. Oh, the Venka Prime. These are nasty. When you put them on with the speed build that they have on them, I mean, if you use Arcane Fury and Arcane Strike like I've been using, and then this on top of it, this thing just rips them to shreds. There is something specific about the Venka. The Venka Prime does something extra. I'm trying to remember if it's the efficiency it has. Oh, no. The Venka Prime actually goes up a higher rank. So it doesn't stop at a 12 combo, it stops at a 13 combo. Now the downside to this is I don't have a Riven for it. To get that dual status would be huge. Oh, and we gotta get Fury out of there. You know, I'm hitting. Alright, so I put it there. Now when I go here, there we go. I don't have to worry about the speed. Because you'll have it in and of yourself. Phoenix, what is up, beautiful? Let's see, I have 10 to play with. I mean, this would be the old mentality. When you have something that causes that high a slash, you would want Relentless Combination on. Because you're going to build it up so quick. 100% chance that when you cause slash, your counter's going to go up even faster. With how everything is now, honestly, the only thing that would make sense is to put on Condition Overload. To do that, I obviously have to throw some Forma into this. So Fury is a decent substitute until then. Getting a proper Riven for this would obviously be a huge help. You know, if you can get a Riven that could replace Brilliant Scourge, give you viral in and of itself, that's been my main focus, trying to get Rivens that have both toxic and cold on it, or at least one of the two. That would just it's a lifesaver because you're getting what you need immediately on it. Past that, condition overload is the only thing I need. Like that would be replaced by the ribbon. Condition overload would go on, and that would be that. Now I could, because of how this starts up with the critical chance, I could have a setup where I'm using pressure and steel. Already got it up to 120. I mean, that you're just going to ramp up so well with it. You know, you get your gladiator might on because you want crit damage. You still get organ shatter because you want as much crit damage as you want or as you can get. And then from here, it would be condition overload. You would still want your riven. Because of the polarity that we have here, we could just use Gladiator Rush to keep going with the Gladiator mod set. Yep. I'm getting that all taken up, bed. The Fleming. Just so you're aware, that's Mrs. Viper. But you might, well, I was gonna say you might remember her from before in the streams and whatnot. But yeah, Beb, I'm doing the Vanka Prime. I mean, I'm just showing them different combinations to use with Inaros. I know I've shown you a lot of them when we've had our share play up and whatnot. Oh, the other thing, yeah, Vermilion Storms got to get thrown in. Again, you would want Condition Overload in, but you still want Blood Rush. Like that's the thing. Like the second you put in these sacrificial mods, you need to know exactly what you want, and you need to understand that all 6 of the other slots are going to have to be polarized. Like that, there's no way around it. Here, condition overload is the only thing that's missing. You can get away with using toxic, not having viral. It's still going to rip through people at one hell of a speed. But for the steel path that we were just doing, Venomous Maximus honestly is the way to go. This is hands down probably the best status based weapon you could have in the game, in my opinion. It's just cold and status duration. Prime Fever, boom, we got our viral. You got your damage. You got your status chance build up. You got your critical chance build up. Berserker is the only thing that's got to go. Drifting Contact, just for your combo duration, more status. This is the other ribbon that I have on the other Docrum, which is crit chance and damage plus status. The current one is just status duration and cold. So Berserker's got to go. Actually, let me correct myself. Berserker's got to stay because I'm only saying it's got to go because of the mods that I use for Inaros. So you know what? We're gonna make a new build right here and now. That's not what I wanted to click. You're not what I wanted to click. Gotta get condition overload. Primed Fever Strike. Pressure Point. What am I missing? Blood and Weeping. Drifting, that's what I'm missing. Yeah, Mrs. Viper definitely got hooked. She picked up to this very well. She's had to deal with me being the person that's... do I want to pull? Yeah, I still want to do Exodia Hunt. She's had to deal with me being the person instructing her and whatnot. I'm not the easiest person to get along with when it comes to giving direction and whatnot, so... It can be interesting at times playing with me. Alright, so Berserker for everybody else. Strain Infection for Anaros when I'm using that set. Healing Return doesn't give me enough life back for it to seem worth it. What else? I could do a Bane mod. That will require Forma. And quite honestly, throwing that on Primed Fever Strike wouldn't be horrible. Because that would make up for more than enough room. I'm a slightly aggressive player, baby. But with 9 capacity, I'm not going to worry about body count. Gladiator might get that extra crit damage in. That's not a horrible idea. But if that's the case, might as well make it Organ Shatter. Am I gonna get the huge bonus? No, not as much as I would want to, but I can also fix that with no longer using Duke. Helios, and Helios for nothing more than using the Deconstructor
Operator,
Prime.
you have remembered well how the Tenno arm themselves.
Gladiator mods on his weapon. So now everything is at full. There's no sense of me putting on Gladiator Might. It would be redundant. Yeah, Talus, we're gonna pull you back in, man. I might have to just come over there and physically threaten you, but we're gonna get you playing this game again. Whatever it takes to get the Warframe going, brother. But yeah, I mean, to me, to use this build right now and do that same mission that I just did, it's only gonna make it easier. Do I have his melee set up for Anaros? Is the only thing that I want to make sure. I do. Strike and Grace, that's going to keep me alive. Bing, bang, boom. Here comes the doom. Alright, so we're going to run the same bullshit mission. It's a simple exterminate, and we're just going to run through it. We're going to see how this holds up against the Steel Path exterminate. I'm fully confident in it, especially once this wraps up. But to have a Naros running through this is just... it's just going to be funny to watch. He's just going to terrorize the shit out of everybody in here like he always does. Oh, babe, while I have you in here, definitely want to see that controller with your cover on it. I gotta see what that looks like with the white.
These foes
I
deserve
don't know why
your
I
respect.
even bother doing that with
Honor them
Naros. I don't
with
bother
quick
using his
deaths.
ability for anything.
Die with your victory.
You guys can shoot on the other one. Exodia Hunt's keeping them distracted and off their feet. These guys are killing Arcane Grace. And we're coming close to one-shotting enemies right now. Their shield. Now that works for them too. There is shield gating for the enemy. At least I think there is. Fleming, can you confirm that? Is there shield gating for the enemies? Okay, so in case you're wondering why I'm moving slow right now, I'm waiting for Arcane Strike to trigger, and there it is. And again, the great thing about Arcane Strike, my primary weapon can trigger it. TW, what's up, buddy? There is for the enemies? Alright. I had a feeling there would be. So if I were to come in here with like the Rubico and hit them, it's not going to one-shot them. Although, no, there's only one way to double check to find out. Because I feel like... Come on, you gonna drop them off? Yes or no? Yeah, see, now that's the downside to running through this with Helios, who hasn't been properly, although it was the ship that did it. Yeah, see, once that shield is off, I'm doing 100,000 red crit. And when I get those, at least a headshot crits. These guys, I mean, like, it's just, they're not even scratching a nose. Between adaptation and arcane grace, I mean, I'm looking forward to unlocking this steel path and diving into Annie with it. Or not. I'm really giving Naros a true test. Because they're starting at 100.
Run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
So we learn the importance.
He fell asleep. It happens. It happens. Omega, if I remember right, have we played together before? I'm trying to remember if we did or didn't. I want to say that we have, but... So, I mean, yeah, that steel path is just... It's just easy. I mean, what else do I have to go in here? A rescue... Excavation... Mobile defense... Well, let's do the rescue. I had a feeling we did. I could have sworn because I was recently going through my my friends list and whatnot, and I could have sworn I saw you on there because I keep notation in a lot of my on a lot of my friends. At least I try to, because it just, especially if you guys are from the stream and whatnot. Like if I go to here, nah. Let's see here. Oh, Danielle from DE is on. But yeah, like here I have, there's Squash, Rupert, like, you know, certain people I have their names on. I like how he put down, hey, it's Divine, and it's in his name. But there's a handful.
Did you hear that? It said,
you know what's funny? If I go to
cosmic
this,
background radiation is a riot.
man, now these are just people I have on my friends list that have actually played this game. Dude, man, look at these people. Duddy. Khalid, look, Duddy hasn't played this shit in 2,400 days. Like, dude, like, this is... absurd. So me and Cedric here, we played together. God, that was so long ago. See money? Now we'll see if he pops back in the chat. Man, some people are really just not. Let's see here. Patel. He's an interesting one. He is someone that Nas would have made the comment about. Of it's somebody that wants the game, that wants to play. Hey, I want to play. I want to do this. I want. You know, I'm good. I'm this. I'm that. And then they are absolute garbage. And I hate saying that about anybody, but this is the only reason why. He only wanted to be able to play if we could do a survival, and he wanted to do a long survival. But he did not want to listen to anything that I had to say as far as what he needs to do to pitch in and survive. His Warframe wasn't up to par. He brought unranked weapons in. He brought in stuff that had maybe 1 or 2 forma that needed probably 6. Like, I can't mentally deal with that shit. Because my mind is just like, why are you even here right now? So... yeah, we're gonna bring the Zoom. Zoom Flume. This is a rescue. We're gonna spend most of our time invisible. Yeah, Caleb, man, my patience is so fucking thin. Like, he's like, I want to do at least like 2 hours at Mott. He won't stay in the same room. He doesn't bring a Warframe that's going to contribute anything. And I'm just like, dude, like, I just don't get it. I'm all for helping someone, but it's like I'm trying to give him these tips and pointers. He doesn't want to listen to them. And I'm like, this should be basic knowledge for anyone that wants to do this. And you're not even taking that into consideration.
Their rage is vehement, their focus impressive.
At that point, I'm just like, meh.
All warriors'
Right.
death.
Give me an enemy so I can see how this is actually going to hold up to them. Once it gets through the shields, it rips through just fine. That secondary fire just triggers right through them.
We can't leave rescuing the prisoner. Keep searching.
In hindsight, I have better weapons to bring for the corpus at least. Something with electric and or magnetic, kill their shields quick, and then focus completely on them. I mean, obviously, if I brought the Amprex, I have the Amprex with 100 munitions build, that probably would have been smarter. But this makes it a little bit more interesting. I want a challenge.
You are approaching the holding area. Careful. If the wardens detect you, they will surely initiate the execution sequence.
Psst, hey. Alright, we're gonna wait for our invisibility to run out. And I mean, that's the thing. You can run Loki for this whole thing. You can do the steel path in a way that you don't have to jeopardize yourself all that much. But at the same token, you need to be able to survive
This is
most
the jail.
things.
Our hostage is in one of these cells.
So now that triggered no alarms. No one was close enough to hear it. I am gonna do this the old-fashioned way because, well...
Thank you, Tenno.
Subject found.
we're gonna give you
need
some
to bring
weapons.
the captive to safety. Protect them at all costs.
At all costs. Well, not if it's too expensive. You're not fitting the bill. Are you actually over here, or are you going to change last second? Nope, you're actually here. Hey-oh.
They fought well. Good
Alright, baby.
dance.
I will talk to you in a little bit. We'll get some more Van Helsing in tonight. We'll finish off that episode. And then, I don't know, we'll crack out a couple more for the next season. But have fun. Love you. Just so everyone's aware, I'm not telling Omega or Khalid that I love them. Don't get me wrong, I got some love for my boys in the Snake Pit. But that's old Miss Viper right there. I should call her the Snake Charmer, but that sounds really bad. But she's probably the only person that can ever calm me down. If I'm playing Paladins and she's there, I'll probably be a lot calmer. That excavation's gonna be a son of a bitch. Straight sabotage. Let's break out the big bitch. Big bitch using the Corinth Prime.
Operator, I've run diagnostic
Why not?
regressions. All systems nominal.
Sabotage, so
You don't need to thank
I'll
me.
just keep the immortal build on her. Don't have to worry about crowd control. Breaking out the big bitch. Man, this girl's thick. Thick, man. Thick like a cheeseburger. Double cheese. Double cheese and bacon. Yep. Almost did it with her, and I don't have to.
Accept your death, and you may yet avoid it. Trust in your training.
The reactor is a complex system. Start by removing the fuel cells. Intel suggests there are rich enemy supply caches in the area, but I am unable to pinpoint their exact location. Search them out if you are willing to shoulder the added risk.
Oh, units exploded. So that's the great thing. I do this, and it's just like they're already out of their shields. I don't know why I never thought about using Hydrogen before. And I got a viral build on her, plus that blast takes care of the shields in one shot, basically. I haven't paid attention to just how good my Corinth Prime build is. But man, Carrier cannot survive for shit. Curious. That's what I thought. Carrier takes way too much damage.
Most cunning founder! With my life I protect your sacred crowns! My desire to escape you is greater than your desire to catch me. Are you driven by fire? Oh, I don't see it. Despite the idle man, always move forward. Move forward! Desire inspires action. You are foiled, Loki!
Yeah. See, so that's the downside to this. Carrier.
May your desire blossom, thief, and with it, wisdom. Farewell!
The great thing is, though, they just don't... They just don't last. My shields aren't going down for shit. Arcane Aegis and Arcane... I can just sit here all day and take this punishment. Steel Path or not. They need to come out with something for your... Yeah, they gotta come out with something for your companion. Go ahead, drop that magnetic on me. Like, if they literally just can't do shit to me. You should get more than one of the same mode. Yeah, oh yeah. Huh. Alright, so I took shields from you. Oh, you're not taking a lot off from there. Some of these guys are recharging their shield real quick. Yeah, look at them run now. Oh, and that's why. Your Osprey is instantly reviving your shields. I forgot about that. Who are you? Like, it's not even worth, like, engaging them.
To make sure it never works again. Pellet cell extracted. Fuel cell reinserted. When the reactor is restarted, this will trigger a meltdown.
Turn up my mic? Everyone else has been having an alright time hearing me. It might just be whatever you're listening to me on. Because I've turned it up a little bit. I already did my testing before. Try turning up your sound just a little bit. See if that does anything for you. I kind of want to not use my... Or wait. Is the gain too loud that you can't hear me?
Singing the same song as our victim. Careful now.
They fought well.
Whatever
Good
these
dance
cephalites
all.
have become, there's no going back.
Omega, can you hear me better now? I'm wondering if just because of the game volume, that might be why you can't hear me, because the game itself might be just too loud around my voice. Okay, you can hear me good now? Alright. Might just be the game volume itself. Naz and somebody else earlier on in the stream had made note that the background noise was kind of a bit much. So we're going to knock that down a notch. Speech volume can stay where it is. Music volume will stay where it is. Transmission's not going to do anything. Chat notification volume now. Alright, so hopefully that smooths that out. I don't think I have anything. Oh, yep. Alright, how much time is left on Valkyrie? 7 hours, so we're looking at midnight. Valkyrie will be the third Warframe to go in. Let's see. I want to say...
Ordis has been counting stars, operator. All accounted for.
It has to be the flower that's growing out of the side of it now. I think that's Rhino, and that's Valkyrie. And if you ever come over here and interact with your Helmuth, if you have a Helmuth charger, it will play with it. Acting all cute and whatnot. He's a good boy. That's a funny thing. Heldren, I wouldn't change any of her abilities. They synergize very well together. Even her first, her Balefire. It definitely puts a decent hurt on everybody. Now, instead of her using the Corinth when she's running through there... Oh, I click right on the crack of it. Don't want to go straight magnetic. That corrosive doesn't even make sense anymore. Electric with Hunter munitions. I think that's probably going to be the best bet. It would be cute if it wasn't so damn ugly. Oh, yeah.
Well put together, operator. Now get out there and...
Cut down the...
See, that's the downside. There really is. There's nothing I can do to make my carrier any tougher than it already is. Interesting that you defaulted to no shields when you should be going to this. I mean, instead of calculated redirection, I mean... Oh, that doesn't even work for... Yeah, there is no link for your companions. Well, there's no link for your sentinels, just for your companions. So it's not like I can have carriers sharing shields with... Huh. Interesting. I do want to test that one other thing. Khalid, you still in here, buddy? Materials for Wisp. What are the materials for Wisp?
Shift. Navigation is marked with new invasions.
Alright, I want to test out what we were talking about before. Orange juice box, the Hexaron. This? I think a lot of there's two maps specifically that will drop this for you. Hang on, let me take a peek at my notes real quick. Yep, so it's either one of the two dark sector um, nodes on Jupiter. So you can either go to Sinai or you can go to Chimeria. Either one of those two will get it. One's a survival and one's a defense. So either one of those, Omega will get that for you. If you just run it for a good enough time, you'll be able to get what you need. I unfortunately didn't grind out Wisp. I ended up having a 75% off coupon and got Wisp. Let's see, let's go random. Just because I'm going to be changing some shit around, but let's go old school. Let's get old Rhino out. Alright, so let's get rid of them. Throw on the old roar. Yep. Fleming shield gating is definitely a go. Oh, no it's not. Now the only thing that makes any sense is multi-shot. If multi-shot triggers, I'm getting 2 hits. One is hitting shields, one is hitting vitality. Yeah, that's the only answer. Ooh, 550,000 on that headshot. $445,000, $445,000. 759,000 off that headshot. And you know what's funny? It should be so much higher. This is only Rhino. So 775,000 is the highest one hit I've put on enemy in this game. And then there's Chroma. Now, technically, radiation wouldn't be the way to go with them. I do want to use viral because that's going to rip their vitality apart. But since radiation is what I was using, radiation is what I'm going to use. So let's clear out everybody. We're going to unpause. We're going to drop the enemies down because I don't want to get just annihilated right off the rip. Level 20, they should be able to do enough damage to me. So I did take off Spectral Scream I did put on Empower, so now my next ability gets an extra 50% chance to Empower again. I need you guys to do some heavy ass damage to me. Come on. Fury needs to grow. Should be like 900 something. There it is. Now before I do anything else, I already recasted the ability. Let's see here. I got out the Corpus. You guys pause. Level 150s. Alright. So, let's see what we got going on with this guy. 601,000 off the first shot, hasn't even built up yet. Was that an 800 I saw an orange crit? Was that a 1 million orange crit? I need to get a clean reading of it. I mean, if yellow crit's doing 500,000 right now. That is a 1 million orange crit we just did with Chroma using the Rubico. Orange crit. Nailing off a 1 million. The great thing about this is you can always refresh your Vex armor. So you can keep that, like I have it for over a minute, but I can refresh it non-stop. So I never lose those stats. You need to be able to keep an eye on Chroma so that you can always do that. If you can, then you're good to go. Now my shot counter has already gone down, so yeah. The numbers are going to decrease. I took the time to go through all that, but I should be able to build up just fine. What do you need to do 1 million crit on? Oh, 1.5 million red crit. You would use this for really only just a multitude of, well, I can't say a multitude because it's not going to be a long list. Eidolon hunting, one-shotting out the joints for sure. The Ropalist, Profit Taker, any of the larger enemies you need to clip out. If you do this when Scarlet comes back out, like when you're taking out the actual main boss when you go to each one of those nodes, that's who you're going to want to do this to. 1.2, and if I can get another red crit going. That's what I'm curious to see, is that red crit hit. Was that 12 million? Fleming, can you go back and verify if that was a 12 million hit? never mind. Yep, that's 12 million. Ho! 18 million. Yeah, because my base crit hits are doing 600,000, so it's going to go up to, yeah. It'll be 12 million. Now, granted, these are clean headshots that we're doing. But the main thing you would do these for is, like I said, specifically just the those main boss fights, those large bosses. You're gonna want this kind of damage. And this is the go-to that most people use. This is like the quote-unquote, as they would say, the meta. Here's your Noxes. And we're not gonna see those kind of numbers because of the armor that you're gonna have on the Nox. But take in consideration how much armor Nox has to begin with. Now, I was shooting somebody that had shields and flesh. But to get 200,000 off the headshots from it, 359,000. It wasn't 12? Was it 1.2 million? Is that what it was? I'll have to go back and take a peek. 1.2. I had a feeling because I was actually redoing the math in my head, and all I'm thinking is if it was 600,000, it wouldn't go to 12 million, it would go to 1.2. So 1.2 sounds better. Sounds more realistic, but just the same, I couldn't be happier with 1.2. Oh, and I just fucked myself because I went off the map. So this is what the shots would be like regularly. I don't have the damage buff anymore because I went off the map. But yeah, this is how you should focus on Chroma when you get the ability to. The same thing that I did. Switch out Spectral Screen because it's garbage. Put on Empowered. You get an extra 50% strength for the next ability you use. Cast your Vex Armor and let it all come in. The way my Chroma is built, I'll give you a peek at that. He could go with a better build. If I get some, I'll probably get it the next week or so. If I can get some Umbral Forma and get Umbral Intensify and Vitality on, get rid of Vitality. Probably get rid of Augur Secrets. But if I got those two on, that would be perfect. I would have to Forma for Blind Rage, just so it would fit on. But I mean, honestly, this is getting the job done perfectly fine. You know, if I were to take him on the Steel Path, I would just be running around plinking shit. And I wouldn't even have to use the Rubico. I could go with my Ignis. I can go with the Soma Prime. I can go with the Amprex. Any one of the shotguns fully modded. If you have like a Tigris Prime or the Comb, those would be both great. Corinth. I mean, you put anything in Chroma's hands, he's going to do way more damage than anybody else is going to be able to do with it. So at that point, you need to focus on his ability to let it last as long as possible, get his duration up, get his strength up so you can get his numbers higher, because without Empower, his damage should have been 767, but I was getting 904 because I was getting an extra 50% ability strength. Now that extra 50% doesn't mean that... Oh, I got these hiccups now. That doesn't mean that you're getting 50% of that 767. That means instead of this being 279, it's going to be 220 or 329 percent ability strength, and that's what that is going to be factored off of. Same thing with the armor increase. The armor increase was at 1300, I think it was 12 or 1300. But it's such a great boost, just to slap on empowered. The other notable changes that I've done, I put Roar on Mesa, so I have 50% or 50 seconds. I get an extra 81% damage on top of the 67% damage I'm getting from Shooting Gallery. They do work together, surprisingly. So if I still get my Noxes out there, and this, her regulators should be on a viral build, and they are. You know, Shooting Gallery's on, Roar's on. These are those same Noxes. I mean, Mesa just annihilates the hell out of them. Like, it's not even close. The other person that got Roar was Titania. I know she has her viral build on. But you can, and the great thing about Titania is you can use Roar midair. It will count towards your Razor Wing Blitz. And her pistols are still going to rip those Noxes apart. These are body shots I'm doing on the Nox. If I do headshots with this, you're not even going to see the damage happen, because it's going to happen so damn quick. But get those body shots in and just let that slash and that viral just bleed them out. Every time you cast an ability, it triggers Razor Wing Blitz. You keep that timer on. That's that extra 217% weapon speed and flight speed. Headshots. I mean, it's not even worth it, because you're just, to show you guys the example of it, they're just ripping apart. But I could let this Nox now just bleed out, and that's the end of it. So I mean, if you can just get all those like potent shots right in there in the beginning, like, that's going to be the end of Nox. You don't have to focus on him as hard as you would think you have to, because he'll just bleed out. And he'll bleed out quick. The only other Warframe that I've done anything different to... I put Warcry on Umbra, just because... His one, I really didn't use it. I really didn't like it. It doesn't really synergize. But to get the speed and armor increase for him while he's running around, I mean, it's huge. His blade I have set for as viral as well. But now here's the downside with Umbra. If you go against somebody like Nox, the other thing to keep in mind is, also with Umbra, I do use Arcane Fury, Arcane Strike. Strike on hit, 15% chance for weapon speed increase. Fury is damage, but it's a lower percent. Oh no, it's still 60% on a critical hit, not a regular hit. shares of hits. Oh, actually, that's right. I forgot I did rework on Thunder. These 150 Noxes really. Oh, I forgot. They're kind of little bitches now. I mean, it's you can toy with them almost, but if you use this and you're running around, I would always suggest using this when you're running around a sortie. Enemies have augmented shields. Umbro will just rip right through. I will also say this, make sure you get the faction mods on them. I don't even know if I have this set for Grenier or not. I do. So that's what's really ramping up his damage. These Bane mods, or well, for melee, Smite mods, they make a world of difference. And the only reason why I have Volcanic Edge is to have something else trigger for Condition Overload, because it doesn't trigger anything else. So running the Sacrificial mods is huge. Having Pressure, Steel, you gotta have the two of them. You want that critical chance as high as possible, which is going to come in really handy. Aside from that, you really shouldn't get rid of these Umbral slots. Just max out the mods and use them. Trust me, there's no downside to it. But you have to think of it this way. So the game's damage is set up, and Khalid and I spent one night diving into this for a couple of hours. Just him and I doing, I don't remember if it was a share, no, it wasn't a share play. He was actually in the simulacrum with me. So we're doing some reading and whatnot. So using the faction mods on any weapon will triple dip. So if you have the ability to put that on a weapon, because there really isn't another option to further ramp it up. But again, it's also kind of conditional, but the way this is, I don't have to worry about any speed mods. I don't have to worry about any duration mods, which is the go-tos for any melee weapon. So you have base weapon damage, you have the tick damage, you have faction damage, and then you have modded damage. So you have your base damage along with your modded damage. That's one part of the formula. That number is, oh god, is it added or is it multiplied? I want to say it's added together. You then have your base damage and your tick damage, and that's put together, and then that is, pretty sure that's added together. And then those two new numbers, the ones from your base and modded and your base and tick, those numbers are then put together themselves. Added on top of them, when you have a Bane mod, you are now taking your base and modded damage, your base and tick damage, and now the extra damage on top of this added to it. So think of it this way. Having your base damage, Condition Overload, and Smite Grenier, you're able to triple dip. This, for simplicity reasons, is the percentage off of your status. Think of this as a crit. This is your yellow crit. This is going to be your orange crit, and that's going to be your red crit. If I were to take that off and really not put anything else in there, and I were to bring out those same Noxes, much smaller chunks are coming off. It's taking much more hits. Now, am I still getting the job done? Absolutely. but it is not getting it done as efficiently as possible. Getting that Bane mod on puts the weapon to a new tier of damage because... Let me jump back in there to fully explain. The damage that I was just doing without it, that damage, that's what this 55% is based off of. So like tick damage is based off of base numbers unmodded. This damage is based off of what your number is after it's completely modded. It is based off of your total damage and how it would apply to enemies. Condition overload, same thing. This is why they say triple dip. If you want a more clarified answer, I would suggest actually reading up on it on the wiki page. But this is what Fleming and I noticed. Also, if you're using a gas build, the ticks you get off of gas is based off of nothing more than your toxic. So right now I have a green Umbra who's toxic because he's got Chromatic Blade. Prime Fever Strike and Virillion Scourge are both on him. I don't bother having heat or anything else on. That's all I'm gonna need. Still have Smite Grenier, still have Condition Overload, but once you hit them, the damage that gas does after you hit them is based off of... Let me clear these guys out. Is based off of what your total toxic is. And it only works on gas for that. Oh, that's the wrong button. So when I hit him, he's going to gas off. Those numbers are based off of my toxic damage. They're going to get higher because I am hitting him with Condition Overload. But those numbers will keep ticking off based off of what the gas damage is. Or what the toxic damage is. If I took off one of those toxic mods, those numbers would decrease dramatically. It's the only tick number that's based off of a specific stat after it's been modded. Slash, if you use slash is only based off of what the base slash number is, and that's it. You can mod it as high as you want. That number will only reflect the first time you hit an enemy and slash is applied. After that, the ticks are based off of the base slash. Which is why viral and slash are so good together, because slash is taking away vitality, and viral decreases their vitality altogether. But these Bane mods, well, faction mods, they're huge. Absolutely huge. But having Warcry on Umbra, yeah, it's by far the best choice for him. Not saying you can't put anything else, not saying it's not going to be useful or whatnot, but Umbra is relatively tanky because of his sacrificial mods, his Umbral mods. He has a high amount of armor. He can take care of himself, and I mean, obviously, like if you're getting overrun, you can use his other two abilities, and they both crowd control very well. I mean, it just, yeah, this is your best bet against anyone. You have two abilities that are going to crowd control. If they were closer to the wall, or where they were, or how they are, it's basically just pinning them down. It throws them off, it staggers them a little bit. Radio Howl, that's it. These guys are blinded, they're open up to finishers. With the amount of armor they have on, the fact that Skajati is not really bumped up, there's not much you can do. But they're all still blinded. That's the great thing about it. Like, they're just gonna stay blinded. And they'll stay that way for some time. I used to, because I would watch how people would use him on low levels. Umbra is what I like to call the Call of Duty Warframe, because you're really just going in there, guns hot, just shoot to kill. I mean, you're just spamming the shit out of the circle, and you're just making the best out of it. His build is pretty straightforward. Once you have 180% ability strength, Chromatic Blade will automatically give you 100% status as far as the weapon goes. It looks like they changed... Yeah. So the status chances increase by 300%. So if I didn't have ability strength on, it would not be at 100%. I want to say with how they change everything, is it over 100 now? Yeah, at 118%. So basically that means I'm definitely going to cause viral, 18% chance, boom, going to get heat on the first swipe. Which means minimal, the second swipe is going to do 120% melee damage, if not 240. This is how everything synergizes. This is the way I want people to start looking at Warframe if I have a say in it. It's not thinking about the one kill, even though the one-shot kill is nice. It's about setting yourself up for the further, because that's how you're going to get into endgame. You're not going to kill enemies with one shot come endgame level when you're, you know, past a 3-hour mark in most survivals. You need to be able to whittle them down at a good pace. You need to be able to stack damage on them so they don't have a chance. Because, you know, Life of Rio has a clip of him 8 hours into Mott. And these enemies are, I'm pretty sure, around the 5,000, 5,400 level. And they're just melting away because they have everything set up right. Everyone did their part. The synergy between all four players' weapons with each other and their own warframes, all are working together. They all have a job to do, and they're all focused on it. The abilities are nice to have to do a lot of the work and whatnot, but you still have to finish them off. This is why people complain about things needing to be nerfed, because they refuse to understand that and put in that harder work. They rather it just be like, just make everything easier. Well, then what's the point of playing? I mean, like, I don't want to play a game that I can just walk through and just melt everything without dying. It's one of the reasons why I don't use a Naros all that much on Steel Path yet, because on these earlier planets, you guys saw it in the stream, he's not taking damage. He's just standing there and they're beating on him, and his life is not even flickering. They threw a grenade that did 1,000 damage that was instantly brought back because of how he's stacked up. And if they threw another grenade, it would have been even less, because adaptation kicks in. A good substitute for adaptation is also Rolling Guard. Rolling Guard is what I use on Avara, just because, to me, it's the best play for her. When you're running around as Avara and you're invisible, you can't move quick. You can't sprint, because then you're no longer invisible. So what do? You roll. Rolling Guard? Oh, Rolling Guard, why didn't you trigger? Are you on a different build? Yeah, your adaptation. Yep, I made you specifically for those. I brought this build out to Demo so I can get it. The fastest way you can move is roll, and I gotta change those other builds to get adaptation off. When I roll, I am now indestructible for 3 seconds. No damage, any status that's on me is gone. I have to wait 7 seconds to do it again, but no matter what, I am always rolling around. It's the fastest way to get around as Avara. You can jump, but you can't bullet jump. But to have that roll ability, or if you come out, you have to shoot somebody, you have to come out of it. You know, you do this, nobody can hurt you. Rolling guard is a great mod to have. It is a rare mod. To be 100% honest with you, I am failing to remember exactly where I got it from. But like I said, it's pretty straightforward. Rolling guard on dodge, quote unquote. Basically, when you roll, the roll is the dodge. You become invulnerable for 3 seconds. You remove all status effects. 7-second cooldown. Best thing to have for a bar. If you gotta roll anyways, you might as well put something on that's gonna benefit it. And Avara, she's a specific Warframe. It's like Loki. Like, do I have to put Forma in her and waste that kind of time and energy for the fact of it's not like you bring Avara to end game? Like, Avara is good for spy missions. Like, that's basically it. Where you just have to, like, not even think about it and just walk through. That's it. She's good for unlocking certain ribbons. That's it. It's just like Loki. You do not take Loki on a 5-hour survival. Could you? Sure. You stay invisible the whole time, and you stand around, you recast your invisible, and you drop energy pads, and then you pop life support, and then you pop life support, and then you pop life support, and then you pop life support. That's going to get boring within an hour. That drives me nuts when I have to do it for 5 minutes just to unlock a ribbon to survive a survival with level 30 enemies or higher without killing anybody. Can't kill anybody. Can't touch them. Can't do anything. You just have to survive for 5 minutes and keep life support going. Mind-numbing. Absolutely mind-numbing. But we are 48 minutes later than I would like to be. Was having some fun with you guys cracking out certain details here, learning a couple things. I like seeing those high numbers for my Rubico. That's always nice. But with that being said, we are going to call it a night. If you haven't already, please make sure you are following and subscribe to Khalid, Kat, and Naz. They do stream throughout the week. Khalid does not have a set schedule yet. I don't know if he's going to be able to with how work can be for him. He does put up good content. Definitely watch that. He puts up videos. Some of them just have a great little soundtrack to them. So definitely dive into that. Kat streams Monday through Friday. Earlier in the day, she does a lot. She's been doing Fall Down, guys. But she also, for a while, held a world record for speed runs in Tomb Raider. Yep, Khalid, appreciate it. If you guys jump into my Discord, you will find Naz and Khalid's and Kat's channels. If not, I'll make sure they're added in there. But definitely give them a follow. Show them the same love that you guys have been showing me. I will be back tomorrow, 12 o'clock till 5 in New York time. That's Eastern time, so definitely make sure that you peek in, say hi. I will be doing some more Warframe. Hopefully by tomorrow I'll be able to get that Hexacerata mod for the Soma. Also, if you guys, if you got in the Discord, jump in the Discord. Khalid, I think Streamlabs needs to be updated. I'll have to double check. It might be because of the break that I took that it's no longer in here. So let me see if I can just bring that up real quick. I should have it saved. Yep. That's the link to my Discord. Definitely hop in there and whatnot. It has been quiet for some time in there with some light chatter from me every now and then, here and there, and some other people as well. But we're going to be changing that. We're going to go full tilt in it. So definitely make sure you join in. You'll get notifications when I sign on. So yeah, and always feel free to ask questions. It was a really good community in there when I was really keeping up with it before I took my break. I definitely encourage people talking to each other, getting that information out there, playing together. If you have questions, always ask me. More than happy to help. It goes right to my cell phone. I can get to it pretty quick, usually within 5 to 10 minutes. But yeah, So until tomorrow, make sure you keep all the murder in the games and keep love in real life. Until next time, Viper out.